Welcome and thank you for joining today's conference, the Market Surveillance Committee meeting. Before we begin, please ensure you've opened the chat panel by using the associated icon located at the bottom of your screen. If you require technical assistance, please send a chat to the event producer. All audio lines have been muted into the Q&A portion of the call. We will give you instructions on how to ask a question at that time. As a reminder, this conference is being recorded. With that, I'd like to turn the call over to Dr. Benjamin Hobbs, Chair of the Market Surveillance Committee.
And Ben, you may need to unmute your line.
Good afternoon. This is Ben Hobbs. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Welcome to the General Session Meeting of the Market Surveillance Committee of the California ISO. I'm Ben Hobbs, Chair of the MSC, and I'm joined by MSC members Dr. Jim Bushnell and Dr. Scott Harvey. And in addition with us, we have staff of the ISO, including Greg Cook, Shami Davis, Brad Cooper, Don Trethway, Guillermo Bautista, Rahul Kalaskar, Christina Osborne, and Greg Cook, and others will be joining us throughout the day. The agenda of the meeting today, as usual, we will start with public comment. That will be followed by a decision on some sets of minutes from previous general sessions. And then we have three substantive items. The first being a resource sufficiency evaluation analysis, which I believe Rahul and Guillermo will be leading. And then in the afternoon, energy storage enhancements discussion, and to be followed by the day ahead market enhancements, in particular focusing on imbalance settlements for settlements for the imbalance reserve when and flanging that up with the flexible ramp product in real time. So we don't run a stakeholder process, but we're very interested in what you have to say about any issues concerning the ISO's operations and market design. If you have a public comment at this time or a question, whether the MSC or the staff, we welcome you to make that comment or ask that question now. However, if it concerns one of the three substantive items on the agenda, I'll ask you if you could hold it to later on. So at this point, Ethan, I would ask if there's anybody who would like to queue up and to make a comment or ask a question.
Of course. As we move to some Q&A, please press #2 on your telephone keypad to enter the question queue. You'll hear a notification when your line is unmuted. At that time, please state your name and question. Once again, you can join the question queue by pressing #2 on your telephone keypad. All right, so far we have no hands raised in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Ethan. We'll go then to the next item on the agenda, which is consideration of the general session minutes for, let's see, I have February 11th, March 8th, March 23rd, and the last meeting we held, which was April 16th. We could consider them separately, but if there's no objection, I would welcome a motion to consider all 4 sets of minutes collectively as to whether they should be approved or not.
Scott moves to consider all 4 collectively.
And I second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to let's see, consider. I actually need Scott. Could you rephrase the motion?
To approve.
To approve, yeah.
Move to approve all 4.
And
Okay.
Jim seconds that motion.
Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that the minutes from February 11th, March 8th, and March 23rd, and April 16th, 2021 be approved. Do I have any discussions or corrections that anybody wants to mention at this time?
No.
No.
Okay. If not, then let's have a vote. And Scott?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
and I vote yes, so it has been moved, seconded, and approved unanimously that the general session minutes will be adopted in the form that we have before us for those 4 dates. Okay, so at this point then, let's go on to the first substantive item, which is the analysis and evaluation of resource sufficiency. We have a lot of terrific data and figures that I believe Guillermo and Rahul, you're going to be presenting. Are you going to be taking turns, or is one of you going to present and the other one is available as a resource?
Yes, I will be the primary presenter then.
That's terrific. Okay. So let's welcome Dr. Guillermo Bautista to the virtual podium, and looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Evan, for the introduction. Good morning, everybody. And this topic, as you know, has been an item of discussion for the last few months, actually, since we have the summer event. We have had several iterations about different angles of the resource sufficiency test. When we refer to the resource sufficiency test, we generally refer to the balancing test, capacity test, and the flexible ramping test. In different forums, in different rounds, we have discussed in different parts of the test, in different angles of the analysis that we have done. Rightfully, this test has caught a lot of attention once we have to analyze how conditions evolved during the summer heat wave days. And the last round that we had was indeed a type of workshop that we held back on March 30th, I believe, where we wanted to clarify and address pending questions that were raised during previous rounds. After that, we have had more follow-ups, and I believe we are ready to start an initiative regarding the resource sufficiency test. And the purpose of this discussion this morning is to really give you 2 different pieces. The first one is trying to go one level deeper. We have analyzed quite a bit, both in the CAISO, the Department of Market Monitoring, many different facets of the resource sufficiency evaluation. And still, the last round, I believe we got some feedback from participants in terms of trying to understand how the resource sufficiency evaluation, specifically the capacity test, performed during these days, and how that compares to the capacity that was available in the actual operation of the system, in the real-time market. The aim of this presentation is trying to tackle that specific area, how to reconcile the capacity between the capacity test and the real-time market, and see if there are any persistent trends that we can further assess. The second component is that in the previous rounds, we have focused quite a bit on what exactly happened for the CAISO. Obviously, we have this event of August, and rightfully we have to ensure that we assess fully how the conditions play out. As we now evolve the discussion into what enhancements to tackle through this explicit policy initiative, I think we have to come to the bigger picture and how this plays out not just for the CAISO, but also for every other EIM entity, because at the end, there is one test that applies generally the same way for all the EIM entities. So it's important to have that reference now that we want to evolve into the discussion of the initiative. And the third part is that obviously by the time we were doing previous rounds of analysis, there was some limitation to the type of analysis we could do given the availability of data that we have. In recent weeks, we gained more availability just because we were able to basically reinstate historical data, and that gave us some manpower to be able to do other type of analysis that before we were limited. And with that, I would like to caveat a little bit on many of the slides that you're going to see, because for historical data, production data that we had, we can do very precise analysis. Many of the slides that you're going to see are relative to some type of back-of-the-envelope analysis, and that means it's a rough approximation aimed at having general trends. we can be very precise and focus to the very little detail in one instance and find that it may need some further tuning. So I would like you to take with some grain of salt that these are back-of-the-envelope calculations, these are rough approximations, in some cases just to project how conditions would have been. And unless we run this parallel work, then we could know exactly how things play out. But we are confident that, in general, the rough estimates that we have are able to capture the right trend, how things could have evolved. And with that context, let me start with the presentation. Specifically, to cover the capacity test. We don't have material to discuss beyond that, such as material for the balancing of the flexible ramp test. There is a component implicit in the discussion related to the flex test just because of the relationship that exists between the test and the flexible ramping test. And just to put everybody on the same starting point, we have the capacity test. We refer sometimes to that as the bit range capacity test. Typical to the resource sufficiency evaluation, we have 3 runs at different times prior to the participation in the real-time market. One is run at 75 minutes in advance, 55 in advance, and T40 in advance. The last one, the T-40, is really the one that becomes binding in terms of the outcome of the test, whether it's passed or failed. For EIM entities in general, there's 2 rounds at 75 and 55, maybe an opportunity to realize their position and potentially cure projected failures. For the case, even though we have still the 3 passes, generally our operators are not actively looking at the first 2 rounds to see if there is something that they can do to pass the test. In that sense, it's slightly different approach of operation. One of the implications of the capacity test is that if there is a failure for a capacity test, that consequently means the corresponding interval for the flexible ramp test is going to be being failed, and the consequence is going to be the same, that the transfer is going to be bounded above or below depending on the direction of the failure. So, and I would like you to keep that in mind because many of the going to see refers to the additional failures of the capacity test. Some of them may be a moot because flexible ramping test failed. The consequence would be not different. And with that in mind, could we move to the next slide, please? One of the questions that we addressed in the last round of this workshop was related to the components and the logic of the capacity test. What are the inputs to the capacity test? We have obviously the requirements that have to be met, and those requirements are composed of effectively the CAISO forecast and also the historical intertype deviation. On the supply side, we have inputs such as the imports, the exports. In some cases, we refer to this as the net scale interchange, just to be the algebraic difference between the two. We have the bids for all the resources. We have also the schedules, the advisory schedules of the resources for providing ancillary services, because there is capacity somehow reserved for procuring that AS. And also we account for the rates and re-rates of the resources. You may recall in previous discussions, we indicated that we have an issue in the calculation of the capacity test because these rates and re-rates were not being accounted properly in the calculation of the bit range capacity, and therefore it was creating a too liberal view of what the condition of the test was. So effectively, not just the CAISO, but many other entities were passing in intervals that should have failed. And the critical answer that we provided in the last round was related to how the capacity test treats the optimized transfers in the market, and indicated that they are not an input to the capacity test. Next slide, please. Now, what is the purpose of having a capacity test? Effectively, is to make sure that each individual balancing area is able to meet its own requirements with its own resources, those that are not optimized through the market. Similar to a power balance, you have a supply side, that is what we call the bit range capacity, and that is composed by all the supply that can be accounted towards meeting the requirement, internal generation, but also the net scale interchanges. On the demand side, we have the capacity requirement that is composed by the load forecast plus the historical requirement for intersite deviation. When we have, for a specific area, that the condition that the bit range is greater than the capacity requirements, that means we have sufficient capacity to meet all the requirements, all the obligations, and therefore the test is passed. And for the rest of the presentation, I will be loosely referring to this test only for the upward direction. There is no material for the downward direction. When we analyze the capacity test in previous rounds, much of the material that we have presented refers to what we call the incremental bit range and incremental capacity requirement. In the previous workshop, we elaborated about the relationship or the matching that you can do between the incremental approach versus the gross approach. Graphically, you can see this in this lower right plot. When we refer to the gross approach, we are just taking into account all the capacity, regardless if that capacity is a base schedule or a reference schedule from the advisory run. Everything is capacity that is used to meet, at the end of the day, the capacity requirement. If we take out that reference somewhere in the middle and we say, okay, we are going to measure everything with respect to a relative point of comparison, that is effectively the base scales for the AM entities, and we don't have base scales for the CAISO, but we take the advisory solution of the last FMM run. What we are assessing is the comparison relative to the portion in green. The outcome of the test is going to be effectively the same, whether you use the incremental versus the gross, obviously taking into account the nuances that you have to do when you take one approach over the other. And the incremental is effectively the information that is provided as part of the solution. The gross may require some additional work to put these two pieces together. I would say for the remainder of the presentation, I'm going to rely on the gross calculation because naturally that gives you a more intuitive appreciation of the numbers. When you have an incremental, you may end up in some cases discussing negative values, and that becomes kind of less intuitive to understand. And obviously the gross also gives you a bigger picture of exactly the overall condition of the system that the incremental may be limited to give you. Next slide, please. Okay. Let me start now with the actual analysis that we have. And the subsequent slides that you're going to see are kind of the same as this one. The only difference is that it applies to different EIM entities. I can see the plot may be a bit crowded here, and let me try to explain this first one so that you can have the reference for the rest of the presentation. We have, first, on the upper part, there are two lines with color codes green and red. The green at the upper one means the capacity test is a condition of passing. A red dot implies that the capacity failed. The second line that is in gray and red stands for the same, but that applies for the flexible ramping test. A gray dot means the test passed. A red dot means the test failed. And it's interesting to put this side to side because, as I indicated at the beginning, when there is a capacity test failure, the implication is by default the effects test is going to be considered failed, and the implication of failing either one is the same. The transfers are bounded above or below. And this is important for the subsequent discussion because if we analyze that under different conditions, the test for a given EIM entity should have failed, it's relative, and it depends whether that is going to be a moot factor or not if we know the condition of the flexible ramping test. So that just describes the status of the two tests. Now, the the different lines. One refers to the corrected bit range. This is the bit range calculation adjusting for the incorrect accounting of the rates and re-rates in the capacity test. Effectively, this should have been the solution that we had back in August after we corrected for the issues. It's the right solution once we fix the issues. The line in blue is indeed the very original bit range capacity estimated as is back in August. That means it's exposing the incorrect calculation of the bit range because it's over accounting for the capacity of the bit rates. So the relative difference between the two really tells you the magnitude of the error in the calculation that we have. On the other side, you have the two areas, one in green and one in blue. The one in blue stands for the original requirement, and the area in green stands for the underestimated requirement. That is just the incremental that make it wrong. So in this case, you have the two pictures, the supply and the demand side. When we compare now the corrected bit range with the corrected requirement, you end up with the condition of passing or failing the test as indicated in the upper part with the green and red dots. And you may recall that the very original solution that we had for the CAISO, basically all intervals were green, that CAISO passed all the capacity tests. The second line, gray and red, indicated that indeed we failed multiple intervals for the flexible ramping test. So for any interval in which you have an overlapping red dot between these two sections, effectively means the fact that we miscalculated the capacity test is a moot point because anyway we already failed the flexible ramping test. The ones that will be for consideration that should have failed and could have implications in the operation in the real time are the red dots in the upper part that do not overlap with the red dots in the lower part. And obviously there are intervals that should have failed in excess to what we already failed for the flexible ramping test. And we corrected for these issues back in February 2021. Okay, next slide, please. Before we move on that, you may, through the presentation, you may realize that August 18 out ending 19 typically is going to be off, it's going to show missing values, or it's going to be just out of range in comparison to other hours and days. That happens because that specific hour we have a failure in the market, and we default to use basically the rough schedules for the CAISO. And in other cases, there may be a run that didn't complete it successfully, so you may have some missing points. So this is just the nuance of having to deal with a collection of data over multiple intervals. Okay, next slide, please. In the workshop of March 30th, we also introduced at the very end of the presentation one comparison. What would have been the outcome if we had the summer enhancements implemented back in August? And this is the new information that you have in this revised slide. Now, at that time, I recall we got a question as to what exactly we were accounting for the uncertainty. The summer enhancements, as you may recall, one of the components is targeting the resource sufficiency evaluation, in which we are going to take the uncertainty component of the flexible ramping test and use that as an adder to the capacity requirement. When we refer to the uncertainty, there may be different thinking of what we mean. And what we actually are doing is to use the uncertainty component, only the uncertainty component, not the net movement of the flexible ramping test. Now, the uncertainty component is not just a number given straight. It's a number derived from a given formula going to take into account the raw uncertainty coming from the histogram requirement that we use, We take into account the diversity of the EIM. We take into account the net import capability, net export capability. We take the credit into account. The credit is there to project that if there is a need and we have export transfers, we effectively can retract that and regain that capacity. Effectively, the uncertainty component that we are using from the flexible ramping test accounts for the whole formula that is used in the flexible ramp test, except for the credit component. Because as you can see through the math, that credit component is effectively already accounted in the bit range capacity test. So that is the only nuance that is more specific in the detail that may have not been transparent in the previous discussions. So in this comparison, what we have is the same two lines that we indicated before. We have the upper line in gray and red to indicate the condition, the status of the flexible ramping test. We have the second line that is round dots in green and red that stand for the capacity test failure with the enhancement considered, effectively by adding the uncertainty. And then we have the lower one, the third one, that is with these rombo squares, green and red, that stands for the corrected outcome of the test once we fix the calculation of the due rates. And the section in the area in blue stands for the corrected bit range calculation, and the lines, the dotted and the blue lines, stand for the corrected requirement specific to the CAISO, and the dotted line is the same CAISO requirement plus the uncertainty that we have for the CAISO. And obviously, the test is as long as you have enough area in blue to be higher than the dotted line or the blue line, the test is going to pass. And you can see the status of these three conditions: the original solution, the one with uncertainty, and in comparison to the flexible ramp test. Again, you can see between the two lines of green and red that there are additional failures of the CAISO balancing area test when we add the requirement. Obviously, we are increasing the requirement, and if we have limited capacity, naturally we are going to observe more failures. And it's important to put that in context to the flexible ramping test. And again, any circle dot in red that doesn't overlap with a square red dot implies a failure that would materialize once we have the enhancement in place. And that just gives you a sense of how dramatically the capacity test may fail once we have the summary enhancement in place. I think I have more slides later on to elaborate on this, but I think within the range of 10 more failures for this narrow period that we are analyzing. And for the period that we are analyzing of the summer event, we are being very limited. We are expanding the range that we considered originally, that was August 14 and 15, and now we covered through August 18. And we are really focusing on our ending 15 through 21. Outside that range, that are outside the natural peak, may not be that interesting to add to the condition when we are dealing with tight supply conditions. Next slide, please. Now, for this period that we indicated, August 14 through 18, and our ending 15 through 21, we're expanding this information not just for the CAISO, but also for all the EIM entities participating in the market. This matrix is quite simple, and on the y-axis you have the corresponding days, only for the hours that we're analyzing, and for the y-axis you have the different EIM entities. The very first matrix on the left stands for the original solution, what we observed back on August 2020 as is. Then the matrix on the right stands for the same outcome, once we have corrected for the two calculation issues that we had in the capacity test. And this is color-coded just to highlight the darker the red color, the lower the passing rate that you may have for the specific entities. And you can see this is stated in percentage, and 100%, 100 numbers means 100% of the test passed for that specific entity on that specific day. I can caveat that when we analyze specifically this narrow period, August 14 through the 18th, this was not based on a back-of-the-envelope estimate. These are actually based on rerunning the actual test to ensure that is as precise as possible. And for other metrics that we have later on, we indeed did a rough approximation. But for this specific one, is indeed rerunning the market to have a precise solution. Once we have corrected the solution, you can see, for instance, the reference has been historically what happened in the CAISO, right? We observe now certain failures, 75% on August 14, and up to 67.9% on August 17. And when you expand and come with a bigger picture how this actually impacted across the board, across all the EAM entities, you can see that different entities indeed were impacted by the same issue. Impacted in the way that they were passing originally the capacity test when indeed they should have failed in these critical hours. And that goes across the board for all the days, for different entities at different rates. And there are some rates that you can see as low as 25%, meaning in one day, August 14, there was an entity that passed only 25% of all the peak hours that we analyzed, hour ending 15 to 25 for hour ending 21, sorry, for August 14. And you can see the behavior of the different EAM entities. And I think now that we're starting the discussion of the summary of the resource efficiency evaluation, I think it's important to put in context how the test performs for everybody, because at the end of the day, it's one calculation that is run for all the EAM entities. And even though there may be some specifics that apply to the CAISO, such as we don't have basis schedules, the calculation, the principle, the core of the calculation still remains valid for all the entities. Changes that we can envision for the future should be taken into account as to what the impact is going to be, not just for the CAISO, but across the board. Next slide, please. And this is another comparison. The left matrix is the same that we have in the previous slide. This is just to break it naturally and compare that against what would have been if we had the summer enhancements in place back in August. So it's becoming more restrictive, obviously, because we are adding more requirements by accounting for the extra component of the uncertainty. The same story, you can see that naturally once we add the uncertainty component, there will be more failures. And it's important to keep in mind that this only tells you the story of the capacity test in isolation. And again, if originally the entity had failed the flexible ramping test, the failure of the capacity test is really a moot point. And that just highlights how dramatically the failures could increase for different entities once the uncertainty component is added to the capacity test. And let me pause here, Ben, to see if we have any follow-ups or any questions before we keep moving.
Of course, once again, as a reminder, you can press #2 to enter the queue. I'll go ahead and give it a moment to see if any questions come through. Once again, it is #2 on your telephone keypad. At this time, it appears we do not have any questions in the queue.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, the subsequent slides is the same story I have explained for CAISO, but now it's with emphasis to different EAM entities. We are not listing every single EAM entity because, as you may have seen in the matrix, a few of those were impacted. So those that have not impact, basically the status remain the same before and after, or with or without correction. They are not listed here because it's going to be the same outcome. And in this case, for instance, you can see, just keep in mind, the original reference is that effectively all the EIM entities passed the capacity test. There is no need to have an extra line here to reference what was the original solution. This corrected solution is telling you the line in purple is the corrected bit range capacity that should have been calculated without the issues that we had. The line in blue is in the original bit range that we had, and the shaded area is indeed the incremental requirement that we have to use to assess the test. Once we reduce the corrected bit range, you can see that the dots in red stand for all the failures that the entity would be exposed to because of the right calculation. Effectively, these red dots are the intervals that the entity should have failed back in August, but they were given a pass because of the issues in the calculation that we had. For Nevada, across this 5-day period, peak hours is about 41 intervals with a failure that should have happened. Next slide.
Guillermo, this is Scott. Before you go on, does this analysis correct for any errors in the requirement, or were there no errors for the EIM entities in the requirement?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Sure. Yes, we have two issues in the calculation. One impacted the bit range capacity calculation because of the misaccounting of the bit rates, and that impacted everybody, CAISO and EIM entities. That is the reason you see a delta between the original and corrected bit range for basically every entity. The second issue has to do with the treatment of some type of import transaction that we have that we call the mirrors. That impacted only the CAISO. That is the reason the incremental requirement for all the EIM entities is going to remain the same as the original requirement. There is no issue in that calculation.
Okay, so that mirroring didn't result in an error in their requirement in the other direction. It was just an error in the CAISO. Okay, thanks.
Correct. Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. The same picture we have for Puget Sound, original bit range versus calculated bit range. You can see the fair reduction of the bit range, and that implies all these red dots that you can see here would be intervals that should have failed for Puget Sound back in the August event, and they didn't. Next slide, please. This one is for SRP. SRP was also impacted by the original calculation of the bit range. You can see once we accounted for the calculation, we have about 4 intervals on August 17 where SRP should have failed the test, the capacity test. Next slide. And this one is PAC. Same story. They should have failed one interval on August 17 and 2, 4, 5, or 6 intervals on August 18. Next slide, please. And this is Nevada. Now, let me try to bring it back. I think we want to emphasize now how that plays out in relationship not just to the corrected issue, but whether the additional failures that have been identified once we correct for the issues are a moot point or not, because the flex would have catch the condition anyway, and also how that would influence the outcome if we were to add the uncertainty component reflected for the summer enhancements. This is the case of Nevada. We already described the 2 lines that is basically the ones with green and red. Now we just can put in place effectively the additional requirement of the uncertainty and give you the upper comparison, the gray and red, for the flexible ramping test. And again, the ones that are meaningful are the ones that are not overlapping with the square dots of the flexible ramping test, because effectively that would be an indication of additional intervals in which the EIM entity would fail the capacity test and could have an implication now in the operation of the real-time market. You can see many of the iterations that we have of the test originally with a corrected solution basically remain after we corrected the issue, and many of those indeed overlap with the flexible ramping test failures. So once you see the dots that don't overlap with the flexible ramping test, we are talking about 14 additional intervals that could have failed for this entity. Next slide, please. The same story for Puget Sound. There may be some intervals that were already covered by the flexible ramp sufficiency test. Once we add the uncertainty requirement, yes, there are more intervals that would have failed in the capacity test. Next slide. This is for PGE, Portland. Same story. We have additional intervals that would have failed with a corrected calculation or with the additional uncertainty component. Next slide. And SRP, I think, was quite robust. And you can see that the failures that they should have been failing the capacity, exposed in the capacity test with a corrected calculation or even with the requirement calculation would have been already discovered with a flexible ramping test. So effectively, there wouldn't be an active implication of the correction or the additional uncertainty component. Next slide, please. Okay, now this was a very targeted focus on the heat wave events of August 14 through the 18th. We wanted to have a slightly wider view of how these conditions play out for the summer. And that is the reason we chose this 3-month period, covering August, July, August, and September. And we have the same script, basically the 3 months covering every single EIM entity. We have the original solution, and we have the corrected solution. Now, a caveat here. This is basically a back-of-the-envelope calculation. We cannot feasibly rerun every single test for 3 months for 10, 11 entities. And we have to do a calculation just using the data that now we have available. There may be some tuning here and there that may give you a slightly different percentage, but we feel very confident that overall the trend, the range, the neighborhood of the failures is a good representation of what should have happened once you actually had the issues corrected in place. It's looking back. And when we look at the corrected solution, you can see the outcome of having that adjusted requirement and how, not the requirement, sorry, the bit range, and how that could impact different entities. And you can see that the rate of passing can go anywhere from 100% as low as 89%, indicating that for the whole month, the most critical case will be that an entity would pass about 89.8% of the time, implying that at least 10% of the time would have failed the capacity test. And CAISO is obviously in there, right? And there will be implications also for the CAISO. Next slide, please. This one is the comparison of the corrected solution versus the solution if we were to add the uncertainty component, how more restringent the outcome would be for passing or failing the test. And naturally, once you add more requirements, expectedly you are going to have more failures. And you can see side to side how the rate of passing the capacity test would play for every single entity for this 3-month period. Effectively, what we're indicating is that, yes, there was a material impact for the issue in the calculation of the capacity test back in August that impacted both the CAISO but also the several EIM entities. Impacted in a positive way because we were passing the test when in reality it should have failed. And once we add the requirement, naturally that is going to deteriorate the passing rate, as you see in this matrix. That, I believe, is a good reference to keep in mind how the summer enhancement may have played for the summer I may give entities a preview potentially if somebody comes around the corner with similar conditions, how tight conditions may be for the different entities, not just for the CAISO. Let me pause because I think we're going to switch discussion here and see if we have any questions.
Thanks, Guillermo. Ethan, are there anybody queued up?
We do have one question in the queue at this time. I'll go ahead and put them through now. And as a reminder, you can enter by pressing #2. Caller, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, Guillermo and MSC members. Dan Williams here from Customized Energy Solutions. I joined a little bit late, so I hope that I didn't miss you covering this, but have you overlaid EEA events or emergency events that may have occurred in any of the EIM, non-CAISO EIM areas with these results to see if those areas were actually short of capacity from a reliability perspective, or if they're simply short relative to what they bid into the market as participating resources. So sort of the difference between true reliability failures as they may occur in CAISO's area versus simple kind of market participation or failures that may occur in the EIM areas outside of California.
Yes, we have not done that type of analysis. I believe the sky is the limit for what type of analysis we can do. This is as far as we have gone, just to assess from the standpoint of the capacity test how the solution should have been, but we haven't gone beyond that.
Okay. That's fine. Just thinking about it in light of kind of some of the WEC reports that have come out and trying to kind of correlate across the actual reliability experience versus kind of the market experience. But I think I'll leave it there. I have another question a little further down the road in the presentation, but thanks.
Thank you. Ethan, do we have any other question in queue?
At this time, we have no further hands raised in the queue.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, now let me switch a little bit gears here because let me come back now to CAISO. And this covers one of the three items that I indicated at the beginning. Even though we have analyzed the capacity test specific to the CAISO in great detail in many different angles, there was one that we believe has a lot of merit because it can give you a more practical view of the capacity conditions that the CAISO experienced during the heatwave event. And for that purpose, we have to take a different approach. And as I indicated, historically, we have relied on the incremental approach. That is the natural solution we have from the test. Trying to go to the gross approach is more meaningful, more intuitive to understand, and we have just to put some pieces together. You may recall earlier today I indicated the condition of the capacity test for the CAISO using the incremental approach, where we compare the original versus the corrected, and you in some cases may have seen negative values for the requirement. Well, let's put just that aside and focus now on what we consider to be the gross approach. And that is just tell me all the capacity I have from the supply side and see how I can meet my total requirement that I have for the demand side. In this case, it's no longer about the incremental with respect to basic schedules. It's not incremental with respect to the advisory FMM solution from CAISO. It's just in absolute, what is the total capacity that we have for the CAISO system? And that applies for both, for the supply and for the demand side. On the supply side, we have the generation. That is the total capacity. Effectively, it's like just summing up all the PMAX once you deducted the provision of AES and the rates. And the net scale interchange. The net scale interchange can be played out in either direction. You can put it as an additional supply, or you can put it as an additional demand, and in either side of the equation is going to give you the same number. So we decided to keep it as the supply just to give you a gross number that matches more the intuition of the physical condition of the system. And then the incremental range. That is effectively the delta that we have above the base schedule or the advisory range solution that we have as a relative reference in the capacity test. Altogether gives you the total capacity from the supply that CAISO has available to meet the total requirement. That is the line in dark red. That total requirement is the load forecast plus the other that we have for the intertie deviation. And you can see it's very practical to understand. If you have any point on time where the shaded area in total is less than the dark line, that is an instance where you don't have enough supply to meet your demand, and therefore the test is going to fail. It's more practical to understand from that perspective. Now, one of the complications is how you can come with all this gross approach across the board. And let's move to the next slide, please. This is, on one side, I indicated the supply-demand balance in the previous slide. Now we can focus in a comparison of reconciling the demand side. Let me start first with the demand. On one end, we have the requirement of capacity for the capacity test. That is the shaded area in green. That is the total requirement we have to meet to pass the capacity test. And the different lines, different shaded of blue lines, stand for the different the actual final requirement that the market has to meet according to each market. That is the total requirement that has to be met in HASP, the hourly schedule process, the 15-minute market, and the 5-minute market. And instead of using the forecast or anything else, we are using the final market requirement because effectively that is what the market is balancing against. And that includes any load conformance, for instance, that could have been used by operators. And in that sense, when we have a market requirement, the market is going to move supply around in order to be able to meet that requirement. So I believe this is an apple-to-apple comparison of what the test was asking to have for supply versus what the real-time market was asking to have for supply. And you can see the RTD requirement is naturally closer to the capacity test. The HASP and the 15-minute market requirements are higher than both, and typically it's because we have this load conformance influencing the final requirement that we have in the market. Granted, there could be also a factor of the load forecast differences as you approach from 75, 37.5 up to 5 minutes. So altogether, regardless how we arrive this is effectively what the market was balancing against. And that can give you a comparison of what the test was asking versus what the market was asking for.
Guillermo, just one question. This is the corrected capacity test, right, that you're comparing?
Correct. And now let me elaborate. The rest of the presentation is to tackle the other side of the equation, the supply. The demand is very straight. The supply is a bit more convoluted. For this one, I have to put a lot of caveats because it's a back-of-the-envelope calculation, and it should be good enough to give you trends. If you want to target a specific interval here and there, we may have to spend more time making sure that the calculation is perfect because there are many moving pieces. And what is the idea? What is the core idea that we are trying to pursue here? The basic concept is, what is the capacity that was available and accounted, estimated in the capacity test versus the actual capacity that we have to run the market? And I highlight this actual because it's an esoteric term. What actual means is subject to interpretation and discussion and debate. Actual could mean many different things. The idea is how we can get an estimate that reflects what capacity was indeed available in the real-time market. There may be an extra push to see whether we should rely on what the actual operation of the system should have at that time to be actual. But using actuals as production, for instance, gives you some limitation because you're going to be dispatching resources just to balance your supply, your demand. If you are in hour ending 15, you know you're going to be partially loaded and you have plenty of supply still available because you haven't reached the peaking condition. So there are many nuances. There are other complications, such as the treatment of the reserves. For instance, in some cases, some resources may be put into the beta stack to supply energy. Operators may arm load and release reserves. That means now resources that were carrying reserves are going to be converted to energy. So there are many different nuances that make this a very challenging exercise to get it right for every single interval. And that is the reason, again, I have to caveat. This is a rough approximation, a back-of-the-envelope approximation to give you a reasonable trend of how the capacity play out. But if we want to analyze a specific interval, I'm sure we can find nuances that may have to be tuned specifically for some resources. And the approach we are taking is that in order to have a measure of what actual capacity is, we are using the capacity that was seen by the real-time interval dispatch when it was running in the 5-minute market. That maximum capacity available effectively means we are going to consider only resources that were effectively online. If there was a unit that was offline, even if it had a built-in capacity, it's not going to be counted because it's offline. It's not available in the RTD market. If there is a unit, an MSG unit, for instance, that has, let's say, 3 configurations and is being currently dispatching configuration 2 in the middle, the capacity that we measure is only the capacity up to the Pmax of that current configuration. We don't assume whether the unit can quickly transition to an upper configuration. If the unit is offline, obviously nothing is going to be accounted for. If the unit has assigned ancillary services such as regulation, that capacity is deducted, is not available for energy. However, if the unit is carrying, let's say, operating reserves, it depends whether the unit is going to be, the reserve is going to be contingent or not contingent, whether at some point on time the operator may have released that reserves to be able to meet energy. There are many moving pieces here. But the bottom line is that we are taking the snapshot of what RTD saw. RTD is the last opportunity to balance the system through the market. And that is the reference we are taking as what the capacity, the actual capacity is available to reconcile the capacity that was available in the test. And that is, I believe, the best we could do to try to get a sense of what the actual capacity is. And the rest of the metrics are built upon this approximation. Next slide, please. Okay, I think I already covered this. Let's move on. Next slide, please. Okay, now, how can we convey this information? The natural way we could do this by grouping the capacity by different technologies. And it's not an exhaustive list, it's the main type of technologies that we have because naturally different technologies are going to have different dynamics. And we want at least to highlight the main ones. The first one is the group that we consider dynamic resources. And these are the resources specific that are coming through an intertie, and we know that they can be tracked specifically. And these are, regardless of the technology, they could be VRs, wind, solar, or typical hydro resources. Regardless, as long as they are dynamic, they are put in this group. And there are 3 different trends. The blue trend stands for the capacity test. That is the maximum capacity that was accounted for this type of resources in the capacity test. The trend in green stands for the capacity that the RTD market took into account when running and solving for that specific interval. And obviously this goes as granular as 5 minutes. And the dotted line, well, there is a trend in dotted red that stands for the actuals. The actuals is actually actual production, the production of the resource that we have from our telemetry system. And in this case, you can really have what the capacity test was projecting, what the RTD market projected to have available, and what the actual dispatch materialized to balance the actual system. And you're going to have ups and downs, deltas here and there based on the different conditions. Naturally, I believe the point of interest is going to be around the peak times of August 14, August 15, potentially August 18. And the trends vary. But I would say that generally you can see that they track relatively close one to the other. Now,
Guillermo,
there are
just a quick question on how to interpret this, but I guess because these are dynamic resources, it's less important. But two of these lines are kind of capability measures, it seems like maximum potential output estimates, where the actual reflects what the market wanted them to do. And so we would, in some cases, expect there to be a difference there. But I guess in case of these resources, they're all ones that we would expect to be sort of cranking to their full capacity. I'm not sure about the hydro resources there. But how do you think about the difference between whether this is a mismeasurement of potential versus just we didn't use all the capacity in that interval?
No, that's a great point, Jim, and thank you for that. You are totally right, and I think there are other slides down the deck that are going to vividly show that gap that you indicate. We put here the actuals to have a reference, right? Because outside the natural peaking conditions, you would expect that the dotted line is going to diverge from the others because it's going to reflect that you are not fully loaded. There may be still capacity that is reflected in the blue and green lines, but you don't need to be that high. So, yes, that is a natural consequence of having these actual comparisons. And you're right. There shouldn't be an expectation that the dotted line should be as high as the other two lines all the time. And most critically, for the peak hours, there is an expectation that they should be pretty close, but any other time they should be naturally diverging. Sorry, can we go back just one more point on the previous slide? Yeah, there is a circle. I utilize the same color. But there is a circle there that is pointing to a big change, for instance, on August 15 around hour ending 20. And you may wonder, right, how can it be that the real-time market saw more capacity than the capacity test, when typically the real-time market is going to be a consequence of something more restrictive than the capacity test that is using as much as it could? Well, remember, these are effectively dynamics, and some of them actually are VR resources. What you have here is just a reflection of VR resources moving around because, as we explain later, at least for the 14 and the 15, there was a lot of variability on VR resources because of the weather condition. So even in the dynamics, it's going to show up in that way. Next slide, please. Okay, this one is for static imports. It doesn't include dynamics, it's not the net interchange subtracting the exports, it's only the imports. And in this case, you would expect naturally that all the lines, including the actuals, are going to be pretty close one to the other because unlike other resources, once you clear the imports in the hourly process and you have any 15-minute resource that could move in the 15, once you pass the 15 minutes, there is no additional range that they can give you. So the actual should really matching closely what the real-time market did. And indeed, the real-time market, as I indicated, is based on the 5-minute market. And the 5-minute market doesn't optimize interties, imports. So effectively, the real-time market is already telling you the capacity, not the mid-range capacity, but the capacity that is clear. And most of the time, you can see that they track very close together. There are these deltas that you can see in the highlighted dotted circles, and these are cases where eventually the capacity that was clear in HASP that eventually moved into 15 and 5-minute markets and the tax. In this case, the actuals are the tax that we collected. They partially deliver. There are about 500 megawatts of intertie that were partially delivered. We have these intertie deviation settlements implemented recently, I believe it was in February, that should create better incentives for minimizing this partial delivery of resources. In some cases, we could see that those interties couldn't have the transmission reservation that would allow them to clear. So this is one point where you can see that the capacity test was projecting to fully utilize the intertie. The HASP market may actually put at the same value, but eventually when it comes to the 5-minute market that is locked and the actual tax, you can see that there is a missing portion there for the partial delivery. Next slide, please. This one is wind. And wind is quite volatile, specifically on the August 15 and 16. And we explained multiple times all the conditions that we have about the volatility and uncertainty on the wind production. And you can see the big swings. For instance, the one highlighted on August 15. You can see the capacity that was projected in the test versus the capacity that was projected for the real-time market versus the actual. And something you are going to notice here is that the actuals are pretty close to the real-time, to the RTD market. And we expect that. We want to see that. Because now that we are using the persistency forecast, we expect that these two lines, the real-time market and the actuals, to be as close as possible. When you have this type of tight supply condition, right, if you are in the middle of the day in the spring, that may diverge because we have too much generation and we have to dispatch resources below the forecast. But in these cases, basically, is dispatched fully at the forecast and the forecast is as close as possible to the actual. That is a good thing. The divergence that happens is really between the capacity test that is making a projection of the wind as far as 40 minutes in advance, right, versus what actually happens in the real-time market. And you can see in some cases, for instance, when you see the dotted line, right, the dotted circle here, you can see that the blue line somewhere in our in the 19 is trying to go much higher because it's reacting late to the condition. And then the next hour, it realizes that the actual has dropped, and it drops, but it's with this natural delay. So based on the capacity test in the real-time framework is unable to catch to the real conditions. It's always going to have this delay to react. And that is the nature of the business. And I think this is a factor that should have to be considered once we go into the policy discussion, right? This is uncertainty. Potentially the summer enhancement is covering for this because we are adding now the uncertainty requirement to the capacity test. Is that the right outcome? Well, that is subject to further discussion, but we have to realize that this is the nature of the business when we have to deal with variable resources. Next slide, please. This one is solar. And solar, the critical point for solar is the time of the day. And obviously when we are peaking for load, we are rapidly decreasing solar production, and when these two effects compound is when you get the net load, and that is the critical piece to meet. For solar, we saw some variation, as the one highlighted on August 15. And I would say the trend that you can see here is the natural delta between the capacity test versus the real-time and the actuals. Again, we gladly see that the actual and the real-time market is basically tracking pretty well, meaning the forecast using the 5-minute market is nicely tracking the actual conditions. The delta is really against the capacity test because you can see these large deltas like the one I highlighted on August 18. And again, that is the nature. You are having a projection on the capacity test in 40 minutes in advance of what the solar is going to be doing. It happens that the solar is changing rapidly, more than what was projected. And I believe we're in the same place as the wind. This is the R, variation happens, uncertainty happens. How we are going to be dealing with this, that inherently is going to create a gap. Next slide, please. This one is PDRs, proxy demand response. The same comparison, and you have on one end the capacity that was utilized for the capacity test, the capacity that was available in the RTD dispatch for PDR resources versus the actuals. Now, the actuals is not really a telemetry measure that we have. We know from the previous discussions that the actuals in this case refers to the settlements quantity submitted by participants using this baseline calculation. So there is a lot of discussion about that area. But for now, I would really like to focus on the green versus the blue. And you can see that there is a delta between what the real-time market had available to dispatch versus the capacity utilized in the capacity test. And we were basically under-accounting in the RTD or over-accounting in the capacity test. I would say it's more of under-accounting in the RTD because of issues that we have discussed and we identified way in the past. One of them has to do, for instance, with slow run rates. Back in September, we identified that some PDR resources have been in some run rates that were very slow, even though they may have, I don't know, just to put an extreme example, 50 megawatts of maximum capacity within the market, and if they have 0.01 megawatts of run rates. Even if that capacity is within, you cannot ramp, you cannot access that capacity soon enough to maximize the 50 megawatts of the bit. So the run rate is going to slow down how far the market can access that capacity. And the other implication that we saw is that time ago we did a change to ensure that the PDRs are dispatched more aligned to the reality of the PDRs. And that means they cannot really go most of the time, or most of them cannot go on 5 to 5 minute dispatches. They cannot just move up and down on 5 minute basis. That is the reason we introduced the hourly and the 15-minute type of resources. So they have to declare whether they are hourly or 15-minute basis. The complication that we found is that for this type of hourly resources, for instance, the implication is that they are going to get a flat hourly profile of dispatch. And if they have this concurrent slope run rates, as far as you can go in the first interval, is going to set the value of what the hourly profile should be for the rest of the hours, for the rest of the 11 remaining intervals. And it's an interplay with these slow run rates. That is going in the same way to deprive the market to be able to access more PDR capacity just because it cannot ramp those resources to fully utilize and exhaust that capacity. We had some follow-ups with participants that we identify having these slow run rates. If the slow run rates are not present, these implications of the hourly or 15-minute resources diminishes greatly because it's typically this combination of the two components that result in this type of outcome. And this is potentially an item that could be further explored during the policy initiative. Next slide, please. This one is RDR, reliability demand responses. Same comparison, actuals is utilized in the baseline from the settlement submitted by participants. And in general, you can see this is the other way around. The capacity test in general didn't account for all the capacity that was available from RDR, and that is just the current construct. And you can see that there are 2 days indeed where there is some capacity associated to the capacity test for RDR. That is not because of what happened in the real time. That is because these were RDR bid in dispatch and clear in the day-ahead market. Once they come in the day-ahead market, they are going to be basically granted in the real time. It's not because they were dispatched in the real time and then subsequently the capacity test accounted for. But in general, you can see that there is a large portion of RDR capacity that currently and back in August was not accounted in the capacity test. And basically would be the difference between the green line and the blue line. And there is also the consideration, right, of what is the performance of the RDRs. If you see the dotted line, you can see it's not zero, but it's not as close as to the green line. Again, this goes back to the debate of how to measure and in reality how much it could have contributed. And this just highlights the key feature that inherently under the current construct, the RDRs in general are not accounted for in the capacity test. And again, that could be a factor to consider further in the discussion. I think as part of the summer readiness, we're considering that once we are in this emergency condition and these RDRs are going to start being dispatched or considered in the real-time market, whatever the next opportunity for the capacity test is going to be, they are going to be accounted properly. But naturally, there could be a lag because by the time we have the condition, a capacity test for the current hour may already be behind us. Next slide, please. This one is hydro, and hydro is quite dynamic. We have very fast resources, they carry reserves, and you have a lot of moving pieces. This is all type of hydros, including pump storages, in the supply mode. And this and the subsequent two slides highlights Jim's point about the being careful about trying to make a comparison of the dotted line versus the other two lines. The green and the blue line is potential bit capability or range capability. Dotted line is actual production that depends on how the level of loading that we have in the system. And you can see that in general, the green and the red are tracking. There will be some cases in which naturally the green is going to diverge from the blue. And for instance, if you see here on August 14, around our ending 1920, you can see the capacity test was accounting for a given value. The capacity that was made available in RTD and consequently dispatch, the dispatch and the RTD align pretty well, and they are way higher than the capacity test. That is because this capacity in blue, the capacity test, was basically the capacity available once we have set aside the capacity associated with operating reserves. What happened here, and you may recall, we were arming load, and by arming load, we were able to release operating reserves to be utilized as energy. This is basically telling you the conversion from spinning and non-spinning reserves into energy, and that is the reason it can go higher than what the capacity test was projecting to have. This other case, for instance, August 16, is interesting, but it's quite obvious to understand. You can see there is a large delta between the capacity test value that is in the range of maybe 4,600 megawatts versus the value that it starts in that hour for the RTD capacity that is in the range of 2,800 megawatts, where the arrow is pointing to. So you have this big delta. We need to be cautious, and that is the reason I have all the preemptive precaution at the beginning. We need to make sure we understand what the numbers are. RTD is only telling me the capacity that I have available, readily available for that interval. If you have fast resources that may be offline in RTD, because in the afternoon, you don't need every single unit to be online. Naturally, there will be capacity that can be started up quickly, but as of the reference that we use in RTD, or what is readily available in that interval, these units are going to be not seen just because they are offline. That is the natural consequence of the approach that we take to measure the actual based on the RTD reference. As you start approaching to the tighter conditions, the capacity you can see starts to go up simply because you start bringing these units, starting up these units that can go quickly in the real time. By the time we reach the peak time, you can see that they are tracking very closely, as expected. And the actual production, you can see it's actually below. There is nothing wrong with that. Remember, August 16 was one of these weird days that we have these high, low, tight conditions, and then we got a break, and then came back to August 17 and 18 with the tight conditions again. So naturally, all what this is saying is that, oh yes, you have this capacity, as much as you estimated in the capacity test, I don't need to run every single unit, at least for this high load portion, all the way up to its maximum point, because the load is not there. So there is nothing wrong with that divergence. Next slide, please. This is energy. Energy is generally gas, but I wanted to explicitly cover energy on its own because obviously it has a lot of implications. And you would expect, again, under not so heavy loading conditions that the dotted line is going to be below the others because you are not fully loading your units, like you can see here on August 16. As expected. If we place ourselves on the peak time of August 14 and August 15, we were pretty tight. We would expect that we have put everything to the max. And you can see the RTD capacity is basically matching pretty well to the maximum value on August 14. Effectively, we max out all the units. Look at now the reference of the capacity test. There's still a gap. Even at the critical condition when we were dropping load, you can see that the capacity test was accounting for some capacity that didn't show up in the real-time market and in the actual production. This natural gap is the one that we discussed on March 30th, that there were some units that were trying to come back from outage and they simply could not. The capacity test has the construct that as long as there is a bit and it's available, the unit is going to be considered for the capacity test. And there is a discussion whether that is the right approach or not, whether there should be some variation to ensure that the units are considered only when they can come back online within certain time. So that is the natural consequence of having that issue with the units that trip off and they were trying to come back, and the capacity test was, accounting for that capacity because it was a bit, and it doesn't see beyond that. On August 15, you can see all capacities basically in the same level, so this is a good outcome. Next slide, please. This one is gas that is non-energy, basically CTs and CCs, anything that is gas but not energy. You can see very similar outcomes. And in this case, we were maxing out the units to their dispatch. They were in the ballpark reference of the capacity test. In some cases, when we convert the units from spinning reserves to energy, you can see that it's going to see the same effect as the hydro. When the load conditions are not there, you are not in such a tight load condition, you are going to have less than you have in the capacity test, and the dispatch is going to be much lower just because the loading is not needed at that level. And I would say, in general, we could see that it was working as expected. In the capacity test, you can see all this capacity available. Here you can see the RTD, again, in the reference to what the RTD is in right there for that interval. Is considering that it has only this capacity because many of the pickers, many of the fast start units are offline and therefore are not considered in this green trend. Once you start loading the system, visions start to come online and you can start to see the increase in capacity for the real time with the green line. One more, please. Next. This is the last slide I have. I wanted to close with this because I think we recognize, if we go back to the trend of the MSGs, that yes, there were some units that were trying to get back online and they were not able to do that. They were tripping off and trying to synchronize again. And in that critical transitional period, what did you do in terms of accounting for capacity? So this just shows one exercise. If we take all the units that were offline in the real-time market and estimate the capacity that was accounted for them in the capacity test, how much capacity is that? Again, the metric is measure the capacity in the capacity test for resources that eventually are offline in the real-time market. The capacity is further grouped in 3 pockets. One is less than 1 hour, the portion in gray. The second portion is between 1 and 2 hours. And the last portion in blue is anything that has a startup time greater than 2 hours. And I went very simplistic with this. And there may be cold, warm, or hot start. I just take the smallest startup time, the shortest startup time. And that is what I consider for those that have a curve for the startup. And this can tell you what capacity is still considered in the capacity test, but happens to be offline in the real-time market for that specific interval. We are not making a projection whether it can start up in the next 30 minutes or so. For that specific RTD interval, is the unit online or not? And even that may be tricky. How do you define that the unit is offline? The approach that we take is that it has, even if it is trying to come back online, even if it's trying to ramp into its PMIN, as long as it has not reached its PMIN, we consider the unit to be offline for this specific metric. And the colors tell you a very interesting story. Yes, we have an issue, and that was specific to August 14, in which there was a unit that was offline, was on outage, was trying to come online. We accounted for over 700 megawatts of that capacity in the capacity test, and the unit, indeed, was trying to come back online. If you see this blip in the blue area when it just dropped from 700 something to basically 0 for the blue portion, it's because in this interval, the unit actually exceeds or reaches the PMIN, and therefore it gets out of this pocket because it's at least at PMIN, therefore it can be considered to be online. It's just a consequence of the math that we have for classifying this capacity. But that tells you that indeed the unit was trying to come back online, right? And at the end of the day, this is the nature of the business. And forced outages are going to happen. If we are making a projection of the capacity test, how restringent we should be in terms of that. And you can see that that was an issue for the August 14, specific to 1-2 units. You can see for the remainder of the heat wave period, the blue is basically non-existent. All what you have is these many units that are fast starters, pickers, that yes, are offline, and they can actually come online pretty quickly if they are needed. In some cases, like August 16, we have this plenty of excess capacity because the load came way under expectation. For August 17, 18, and even on the 15, you can see we basically have no capacity left. It's basically everything is online. And I would say that is a good picture because, yes, is there a problem for having consideration of units taking too long to start to be considered in the capacity test? Yeah, August 14 shows you that that was an issue. Should this be an outlier that defines what happens for the 99.9% of the other time? I think that is a debate that is going to happen in the policy initiative. I want to close the presentation with this, and I just want to emphasize that there are many more data points much analysis that can be done. I just want to make sure that we are addressing the concerns. I think we have spent many rounds about explaining, assessing the performance of the capacity test. I think as we migrate now to the policy initiative, we want to provide all this as a supporting reference for having an educated discussion in the policy initiative. If there are other items that we consider, we meaning participants and CAISO consider beneficial for having further discussion on the initiative, I think we would be very happy to support that analysis and ensure that the outcomes we want to get from the policy initiative are properly vetted and analyzed based on historical performance. And that's all what I have. I hope you find this information useful, and I will be happy to address any questions you may have.
This is Ben. Thank you, Guillermo, and thank you, Rahul, both of you for this analysis. Very rich, a lot to chew on, and I know this is not the time to draw conclusions about what ought to be done. About if in fact the test, if done more accurately, would be failed more often. Does it imply that the test itself is too stringent, or that the VAs need to take more actions? That's something that will be discussed in the future, I'm sure. Let me see first if anybody in the MSC, Scott or Jim, have anything that you'd like to add or ask at this time?
I had nothing to add, but the analysis was very helpful, Guillermo. Thanks. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I had a really more basic question I should have asked earlier, but it concerns how you use the intertie capability or bids when sort of calculating the resource sufficiency of a given BAA. I haven't fully thought this through, but it seems like there's a sort of adding up constraint, or there needs to be sort of additional checks to avoid double counting. That for example, the intertie capability that might go to one BAA is not also the exact same resources that are capable of reaching a third BAA are not sort of counting towards the resource sufficiency of both simultaneously, or I'm just not. I've forgotten how the test deals with those sorts of considerations. Yeah,
I think that's a tricky question, Jim. I sense to understand your concern. I would need to think how we could ever even be possible to track and make sure that we double count. And I don't know actually it could happen, right? Because by the time we are clearing HASP, for instance, and we are acting based on what is submitted, and the expectation is that they can carry over and make sure that they can deliver that eventually in the real-time market. And whether that capacity is also accounted for somewhere else, I don't know. And I think that is for further thought on how we could ever be able to track that information.
Okay, so the short answer is that you don't. It's just sort of you're taking the capability. You're sort of doing the test BAA by BAA, and if their imports sort of bid to come into that BAA, you're not thinking about.
Well, it's not bids,
they might be used elsewhere.
It's not bids. It's the base schedules for the other BAs. So unless there's, somebody sold multiple schedules from the same resource, it should add up, because it's not just bids and offers. It's actually, the base schedules.
The base schedules as well, yes.
Okay, but I mean, it's base schedules as well as things that weren't needed for the base schedule that are being offered in, isn't it?
Well, resources that are in a base schedule can't be offered in. They're supporting the base schedule. I mean, if people are violating the rules, that's one thing. But if they're following the rules, you can't offer,
Yeah. No, but I was thinking of a case where, say, Pac West has some stuff that's not in their base schedule, but could be exported east or south.
But then if it's not anybody else's base schedule, then the other people can't count it. They can only count it if they've scheduled it in
Okay.
A schedule for it to flow.
Right. Okay.
Thanks, Jim. Jim, Scott, anything else before we turn to phone lines?
No, go to the phones.
Okay. So, Ethan, is there anybody who'd like to make a comment or ask a question? If you could invite them, I'd appreciate it.
We do have one question, two questions now in the queue. I'll go ahead and put the first caller through.
That's terrific.
Caller, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. It's Mark Holman with PowerX. First, just wanted to say thanks to the CAISO, really good information and transparency, and I think it's great to get the dialogue going to show all this data. So just want to reiterate what the MSC members said on that front. Just a couple of thoughts to enable a further discussion. I'm wondering if you could go back, Guillermo, to the obligation side. So where we started on the obligations, you showed and I think the MSC asked that you have an updated capacity. That was the updated capacity test against the HASP FMM in real time. Can we just go back to that slide?
Yeah. Ethan, can you go back maybe like, I don't know, 10 or so? Very big. Keep going. That one, yeah.
Yeah, that one. So it's just something to think about. But I guess when I'm looking at this, if you're saying this is the updated capacity test, including uncertainty, then is the right thing to be comparing that to perhaps the HASP or the FMM? And the reason I say that is because... Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, it doesn't include uncertainty. This is the original solution, not the summary enhancement.
Okay, so that's helpful. Because when I think about one of the main drivers why the HASP or FMM is higher than RTD is load conformance, and particularly upward load conformance to drive more imports in to create headroom for uncertainty. So I think it will be helpful down the road to just think about, should it be perhaps it's the FMM. That's the one that's going to drive a lot of EIM transfers. Maybe that's the one that should be compared to the capacity test obligations with uncertainty to see if it's hitting the mark. Are the operators looking for the same level of load and uncertainty reserves as what the test is testing for? Again, just a thought to think about as you move forward. The other one I just wanted to touch on was the import discussion. And I think where, there's obviously several categories, solar, imports, gas units that aren't actually available, where the supply is all less than what is being shown in the capacity test. So that's great. Now we can start digging into each category to see where enhancements and improvements are needed. But I just wanted for the limited time here on this call to talk about the imports. I think one of the issues we've seen with the imports where the CAISO BA differs from the EIM entities, and it's really on point to that previous discussion that was just raised, it is the inclusion of imports where all the CAISO has at that point in time has issued a market award, and the CAISO does not yet have an E-tag, doesn't know the generating source, doesn't know the transmission path. And I think that's something to really step back and think about, because as an organized market, of course, the CAISO is receiving bids from marketers. Those bids get accepted, the CAISO issued as an award, and now the marketers out in the external markets looking for the energy. To include that as a supply resource, I think, is problematic. And so really thinking about what does an import need to do before it gets included? Certainly dynamic resources where you know the source should be included as supply in the test. E-tags, day-ahead awards should be included in the test. awards even in the HASPER FMM that have been E-tagged, or at least where somehow the CAISO can identify the generating resource in the transmission path should be included. But I think just including market awards when you don't have an E-tag, you don't know the source yet, and in many cases marketers are just out there shopping for it, I think is one of the areas where imports can be overstated.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Let me just make a couple of comments on that. I think one of the reasons why we include this other in the capacity requirement, it's not on the supply side, but on the capacity requirement, is to account for deviations of intertie. And indeed, we refer to that as the intertie deviation, precisely to some extent close the gap between the projection of using the award versus what actually gets materialized in the delivery of the intertie. So to some extent, the intent of having this other for intertie deviation was precisely to close and account for that gap. The second piece, and that component is there. And the second piece is that, I don't know where we are, but we are in the projection to eventually move from the T-40 to the T-30. That naturally should close further that gap as we move forward with this implementation.
I agree with your second point, Guillermo, in terms of that being improvement. I think I have a struggle with intertie, looking at a historical average of intertie deviations, including that as uncertainty and saying that suffices to include imports where I don't know where the source is. I don't think that approach works. That approach works for wind, it works for solar, because the deviations are based on physical phenomenon. Looking and saying on average I have 100 megawatts failing, so in a critical hour in the summer I can count all the market awards when 1,500 might not show up. Don't worry, I've counted for 100 megs of uncertainty. That doesn't really work. I really think a capacity test has to be based on steel in the ground, and you need to be able to identify a physical resource before you can include it in the test.
Yeah, thank you. I understand your point. And I think that will be rightfully one item that should be discussed in the initiative. I just want to make one clarification to make sure that we are talking about the same. In the summer enhancement, we are indeed adding the uncertainty requirement. I didn't mean to refer to that. In addition to that, we already have another that accounts for intertie deviation. And yes, granted, it's based on historical deviation, but that is specific to intertie deviation.
I was clear for that just with the MSC. I was clear in understanding the same way as you. I was saying that I think there's a design issue and a need for an enhancement, nothing to do with your new uncertainty calculation, that you're including for the CAISO BA all imports, even where you can't identify a resource, and then you're using historical average intertie deviations to try to offset the fact that some of those imports might not be real or might not show up. I think when we're talking about a capacity test, we're talking about physical resources, and an improved and I think necessary approach is to only include imports where you can identify a resource and then get rid of the need or your intertie deviation amount will go way down. I don't think any other EIM entities are including imports where they can't identify the resource and they're just hoping to go buy it in the market. I think that's a problem.
Okay, point taken. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mark. I think we have one other question before we break for lunch. Operator, we have just one person in the queue.
That is correct. And unmute them now. Caller, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hey, Guillermo. Dan Williams from Customized Energy Solutions again. On the last slide where you're looking at the short start units, should I be reading something into that around any use limitations on the short start units? Like, will it naturally show less available as you get closer to the tightest hour because those resources would have been being held out from dispatch to be available for that tightest hour? Or am I connecting the dots in a logical way?
Ethan, can we go to the end of the deck, please? Let me try to characterize that. The picture, what it illustrates, in this case, for instance, we refer, for instance, to our ending 19, 20, on August 15. We are saying that basically there is no capacity, right? Remember, this is only capacity that is offline in the real-time market and that was accounted in the capacity test. And if that is zero, effectively, you are saying all the capacity that was accounted in the capacity test, yes, it's already dispatched in the real-time market. So there is no gap. It's actually showing a good picture. When you don't have a value in that area, it's simply telling you the capacity test and the real-time market align because the units are already online. This is only for offline capacity that was accounted in the capacity test, but is offline in the real-time market.
And so it's just kind of natural or to be expected that when you're in the sort of earlier evening hours, there's going to be more of that capacity because it may be being held out or kept available to be brought online during the.
You don't need it. I mean, isn't this really simple? That you don't start the unit until you need it. You're not going to burn gas and back downwind.
Right. So it depends on the loading condition.
For quick start units, I think it's pretty typical that you don't start the unit until you need it. So this is sort of I don't see anything remotely unusual about this pattern.
No, I didn't think it was unusual. I was just sort of, I don't know, just thinking about how that capacity gets counted. If it's truly available there in 16, or if in like hour ending 17, Stuck is already looking out at hour ending 20, and that's just why it seems like there's so much available at that time. But I think you explained it fine, Guillermo. Thanks for that. The other question that I had is just maybe just a comment and set up for the initiative that's coming. But I think it's been a while, maybe over a year or more, that there's been any discussion of any deliverability concerns that come up around the uncertainty benefit. I think maybe it was back in 2019 or so, there was some discussion about how, we apply sort of an average credit in the diversity benefit that I think for each BA is reducing their uncertainty requirement by like 50% or so, but there's not a sort of deliverability test to ensure that, if there's diversity that's accruing because Northwestern has wind that's offset by Southern California load, like whether it's proper to assign that credit to, Southern California or to Arizona or something if it can't actually be realized in real time. And I was just maybe putting a marker in to dust off some of that conversation from previous discussions when we get into the new initiative.
Yeah, thank you. I think there will be plenty of opportunity to dust off the items that we may have discussed in the past.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Guillermo. Thank you, Rahul. We've reached lunchtime on the West Coast. So we're going to take a break until 12:30. We'll put up a slide saying that. So, looking forward to the afternoon's discussions of DAME and storage. Thank you, Ethan. You can take us offline, and we'll see everybody back in a half hour.
Thank you for having me, Ben.
Okay. Thanks again, Guillermo.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is Ben Hobbs, Chair of the MSC. Welcome back to the General Session meeting of the Market Surveillance Committee. And the first agenda item that we'll attend to this afternoon will be on the ISO's Energy Storage Enhancements Initiative. And an issue paper has been posted, and Gabe Bertol, who's lead infrastructure and regulatory policy developer from the ISO, will lead a discussion on that. Looking forward to your presentation, Gabe. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, and I think oh, go ahead. Oh, never mind. Thank you, Ben. I am thinking that for this specific topic, I've set these slides up in a way that does go over the issues that we've outlined in the issue paper, but I'm hoping that after each slide, which can cover a couple of topics, we can have some discussion, just some open discussion between the ISO and the MSC, and sort of think about early thoughts in terms of solutions, which will be the next phase in this initiative as we go forward. So with that, we can dive right into the topics. And I really have done some work on these slides to pare down the material. So essentially what we're seeing on the slides is just a high-level marquee for what the topics are that we've discussed in the issue paper. So Ethan, if we can advance the next slide, please. Thank you. So we've heard feedback from stakeholders that spread bidding is something that's a concern, or at least something that they're aware of and may be challenging for storage resources. And there's also been some feedback that perhaps the multi-interval optimization is an area where we could see some better improvement. Along those lines, I would just note that the market does dispatch all resources based on future expectations of market conditions. So in the day-ahead market, we're looking at a full 24 hours of market expectations, and we're optimizing and clearing all 24 hours at the same time, and we're coming up with financially binding schedules across the entire day. In the real-time market, it's a little bit different. We've got a single binding interval and multiple advisory intervals into the future. This is both true in our 5-minute market and our 15-minute market. I think the primary engine that's used to solve this large cost minimization problem for our market is essentially the same in both the real-time and the day-ahead market, in that it is looking for a least cost solution. In the day-ahead market, you're looking across the full 24-hour horizon. In the RTD 5-minute market, you're only looking across a 65-minute horizon, but you're with one binding 5-minute interval and 12 advisory 5-minute intervals, but you're still doing and solving the same problem where you're trying to come up with a least cost dispatch across all intervals in that horizon. We do think, and this is the ISO, that multi-interval optimization is effective at positioning the system and increasing overall market efficiency and reducing uplift payments. If we didn't have even this 1 hour look ahead in the 5-minute market, we could get ourselves into situations where we're not prepared for intervals in, I'll call it the near-term future. The optimizations can issue startup decisions, shutdown decisions, and dispatch instructions, so energy awards and ancillary service awards across the entire time horizon. And that's what the optimization and the cost minimization problem is really solving for. The market minimizes costs both during binding and advisory periods. What some market participants have sort of flagged is that there could be some dispatch instructions for storage resources that appear to be inconsistent with bids. For example, if a storage resource bid into the market to charge anytime prices were less than, let's just say, $25, but the optimization, so the RTD optimization, saw that there were many intervals with very high prices in the future for whatever reason. And current prices, let's just say, were $50, so they weren't incredibly high, but there was expected higher prices a few intervals later. Then what our RTD optimization could do is, if that storage resource had very low state of charge the storage resource in anticipation of those higher prices, so that it could have some energy to discharge later and make potentially higher profits even than the discharge bid from that resource during those later intervals. And this would be consistent with cost minimization across the entire horizon, because you'd be potentially reducing the marginal resource during later intervals when prices were very high, so those changes or the deltas could be very big, and you're likely not increasing total market cost for this single interval right now by very much. Now, I would say that for the most part, our 5-minute market, it looks out an hour, and typically we don't see really high levels of variability within the hour. For example, if you're looking at, say, hour ending 12 in the middle of the day, you'd likely see relatively low prices throughout that entire 60-minute interval or 65-minute interval that the RTD was looking at. So these specific intervals may not be as prevalent as some other issues for storage resources. But we did want to bring this up, as this was something that our storage community had brought to our attention a few times.
Can we discuss this for a minute? Because I don't think it's an issue of the software is solving wrong. It's that the software is not using the market participant bids. If it used the market participant bids and offers and stored and scheduled them in accord with those, then the dispatch would be consistent with their bids. But I think the fundamental issue is that we're not actually using their bids. We're converting their bid into a spread bid. And you could have a design in which market participants voluntarily submitted a spread bid that they felt was appropriate given the degree of error of the ISO's forecasting, and then you optimize based on that spread bid. Mm-hmm. And then the results would be consistent with that outcome. But I think what gets people concerned is that they're submitting bids and offers, and we're converting it. We're not using those bids and offers. We're using something else. And when you use something else, we're not actually minimizing costs based on their bids and offers. And that's, we have to confront that's what it is. And, one way to resolve that is to use the bids and offers. And if we're going to have spread bids, allow market participants to explicitly submit one that's appropriate with the degree of uncertainty. A bunch of ISOs in the East between MISO and PJM and NISO and New England all have spread bids for scheduling interchange, but the market decides the bid based on their factoring in of the error in the ISO price forecasts. And then there's no uplift because, the market participant decided to submit that spread bid, and they knew the ISO forecast might be wrong, but they can put in a number that's big or small enough. And, that might be something we could do if we want to retain the concept of spread bids.
So I'm missing something about how spread bids would work in real time since you have the limited time horizon. So if you're charging now to discharge several hours later, I don't see how the real-time market would use spread bids effectively. I can certainly see that day ahead, but am I missing something?
No, that's the problem, Ben, that the market participants are putting in bids and offers, and we're converting it to a spread bid, but the spread bid's only looking out over a small horizon. So one thing, it might fail to charge because it doesn't see a high price, or B, it could charge because it does see a high price that's a phantom, and won't be consistent with the price-based bids.
I'm sorry, Gabe. I think you were about to say something.
Oh, I was just going to, agree with the general premise that Scott was outlining. One other thing that we've noted internally is that, part of this is a byproduct of not settling all of the advisory intervals. If we did that, then potentially, that might also alleviate this problem. The feedback that I would say about the BCR is, we here in California also have not experienced particularly high levels of bid cost recovery for storage resources. It does happen occasionally, but it's pretty infrequent.
Okay. This is Ben. I was going to point out that the issue of binding interval schedules, dispatching resources seemingly out of merit based on the binding interval bids because of what's going on in advisory intervals. That's true with all resources, and in fact, that's at least as I view it, that was a rationale for the flexible ramp product to push some of the payments, the settlements, basically. If it were dispatching you out of merit, holding you back, or, for example, to preserve some headroom for a future ramp, that you actually get paid some of that in the binding interval rather than waiting for the things to roll forward, and then you go forward to the next interval, and then it turns out you might not be needed, and so you actually don't recover the opportunity costs that perhaps you lost from not providing energy in the previous binding interval. So this is a general problem that maybe is more poignant in the case of storage because the storage is more closely tied into future intervals. It's my understanding that none of the ISOs are settling real-time markets on a multi-interval basis. In fact, we have ISOs that don't even have advisory intervals yet, which I thought that was something that we gave up after Edison went out of business. But so we would be stepping out. I'm not sure we would be really solving the problem since we won't be extending the time horizon out hours, which is what you actually would need to do to deal with some of the problems you're going to talk about later in this presentation, Gabe, in terms of.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, I'm done.
That's the case. If the market participants can submit bids that we use, the potential is that, since we're converting a price and offer into a spread bid rather than using a spread bid, if they say, okay, the CAISO is going to turn this into a big spread bid, so I better put in a very, low price and high price to make it a big spread so they won't do the wrong thing all the time. But then when the individual prices get used, you get the wrong outcome. And the ISO, you got this big spread that may result in you not being charged when you would want to, that maybe just putting in a price at a level and saying, charge me when that's. Now, that's not necessarily efficient either because it doesn't look at whether there's going to be a low price period or not. And then maybe the market participant doesn't see that it's coming up in an hour, prices are going to fall through the roof. But we've got this conflict, I think, between they're putting in a set of bids that could optimize, but then we're optimizing on a different bid, and it's difficult for them to put in bids based on, that reflect what we're optimizing it on in the software instead of what we'd be optimizing if we use their bids. And I think that runs through a lot of the options.
So another way to deal with that option, that problem is to, if you have explicit state of charge constraints, and you can bid an opportunity cost for your ending state of charge, for example, then the software could balance, can automatically decide based on your ending state of charge opportunity costs as you see it, whether it's worthwhile to charge now or not, and you're not in a situation of trying to guess the right opportunity cost to bid interval by interval, or putting in spread bids and trying to guess how the ISO software is going to process or rearrange those.
Yeah, as we talked about, there's a combination of even without price-based end of period state of charge, even if we had end of period requirements, then a market participant could put in an offer price and know that he wouldn't get, if things can change, he wouldn't get dispatched so much that he was unable to meet load later in the day. He could put in a minimum state of charge so that he'd be available to provide balancing, but wouldn't get completely drained. And then another collaboration is what you said. Well, let's make that end of period state of charge actually a price-based one, that he would go below that end of period state of charge if the price were astronomically high. And that you can get more and more elaborations, but all those still leave it more in the market participant, and it's not as vulnerable to the software seeing something that's not there. Of course, I have absolutely zero empirical information about how often this mistake is happening, but I have seen some of the market participant comments that it suggests it's happening enough that some of them are bothered by it, but I don't know the truth of that.
Well, maybe that's a good segue to seeing to the phone lines to see whether there are any comments from the folks out there on this or questions. Before doing so, Jim, do you want to add anything, or should we go ahead to the phone lines?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. Ethan, is there anybody who would like to say something in the audience?
We do have one.
This is George Vangelis. I have a comment.
Hi, George.
Hello. So on this issue of bids being considered in pairs comprising a bid spread, I would like to offer some comments here. So there are certain conditions that this can happen, but in general, it doesn't happen. So let me explain. If the state of charge constraints that we have for limited energy storage resources are not binding, then the dispatch of these resources is exactly the same like any other conventional resource. Essentially, we see the bid, the optimization will see the bid at its time period, and will dispatch it accordingly, consistent with the bid. So you don't have the issue that we're bringing up for discussion here regarding the bid spread and dispatch that is not consistent with the bid. So that's one thing. You get this phenomenon where you have a dispatch inconsistent with the bid when you have energy constraints binding, and you have a situation in the time horizon where you see an LMP spread across intervals in the time horizon being higher than a bid spread for a battery on across those intervals. And because there's a limited energy that can be stored or dispatched, in these conditions, the market optimization may actually charge the device at a price that is inconsistent with this action, because it can realize savings when this energy is discharged at a later interval. And this is similar with, as Jim mentioned, with what you see with conventional resources because of other intertemporal constraints, not energy there, but it's ramp rate constraints that matter. Ramp rate constraints are not relevant for energy storage devices because they have superior ramp, but they have energy storage constraints that they actually act in a similar manner as intertemporal constraints. The particular issue with the storage devices is that they're very fast. They have superior ramps, so actually, because of this phenomenon, they get to be dispatched fully and charged fully in these intervals, so it's a little bit more pronounced, the phenomenon that you see in conventional generating units, that you may see this with ramp rates being binding across intervals. So you have to have these conditions. You have to have the condition that the energy storage constraints are binding, so there is a limited energy to be stored or dispatched from the resource. That's one thing. And then the LMP spread in the time horizon has to be greater than or equal to the bid spread across these relevant intervals in the time horizon. Now, because the ISO has long time horizons for the real-time market compared to other ISOs, this is again another issue why you see this phenomenon more pronounced in the ISO markets. In markets that they only have, 2-3 intervals in the time horizon, this is more difficult to materialize, that you have an LMP spread across those 3 intervals that is higher than the bid spread. But when you're considering our market, where the real-time dispatch has anywhere between 9 and 13 intervals, this is more likely to happen. So it contributes to the frequency of the outcome that we see. Thank you.
George, to clarify, by when you say the energy constraint is binding, you're not talking about the end of storage constraint that's being put into effect. You're saying that the optimization thinks it won't have enough energy to discharge in the high-priced intervals within the 9 to 13 interval look-aheads unless it's stored. So you're saying it only happens when the unit's almost completely empty?
It could happen on different situations where that energy constraint is binding. One example that we can really tackle here and understand what this means is if you have an LMP at an advisory interval that is higher than the discharge bid price, if the resource has sufficient energy, then it will obviously be dispatched in that interval at the right price, and you won't be charging it earlier on if the price is not right to charge. However, if there's not enough energy for that, let's say the resource has a zero stored energy, then the optimization will actually charge it even at a price that is higher than the bid price to charge, because it can see that it can use this energy to discharge in the higher price advisory interval to reduce overall cost. So you have this phenomenon because the resource did not have enough energy charge. If the resource has enough energy charge, which means the SOC constraints are not binding, you would not have this outcome that the resource would charge at a price higher than its bid.
So, George, if it just sees one high-priced interval in the future, it would only charge for one interval to be able to discharge later. So we'd have a minuscule impact from that. Is this right? Or is there something else that's going on?
This is true, but it also, you won't even have to charge at all if it has the energy for that interval.
Right. So, that's good. So I'd like to hear the market participants, some of the storage people say if this is consistent with the problems they've seen, because it doesn't seem from their comments that this is just happening when a resource is sitting on empty. And if that's the only issue we're running into, then I agree with you, George, that doesn't seem like a big problem.
My objective here, Scott, is not to diminish the problem. I was just providing information that this problem does not occur all the time. There have to be certain conditions that have to hold for this to play out like that. I'm just saying it's not something that you see all the time. But if the conditions are right, then you will see.
And Scott, just to add on to that, this final bullet here that I have on the page also can sort of muddy the issue a little bit because, if we have intervals or hours or intervals where we're considering dispatching a resource and we have future hours where there's a self-schedule or there's an exceptional dispatch from the ISO, you might also get inconsistent behavior from a bidding perspective in the real-time market where you could be charging or discharging outside of your bid or your spread. And this would be related to future schedules that you've got.
Gabe, what would the timing of an exceptional dispatch in this case be? When would it be done before FMM or like how far in advance or? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
An exceptional dispatch can be done by the operations team essentially in real time. I think very close to a binding RTD interval, but it can also be several hours in the future. I think at the beginning of the day, they can say, well, I want to dispatch a resource hour ending 13 for a certain number of megawatts, and that would be an exceptional dispatch that they could enter into their system.
Okay, so it could be hanging out there. Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
Go ahead, Scott.
But RTD wouldn't see it if it was 3 hours out, right? RTD.
Well, if
in intervals.
If you were at 12:30 and there was an exceptional dispatch to discharge a resource at hour ending 14, you would see a half an hour of discharge at PMAX for the resource in the second half of the window that you're looking in for the RTD market. So you might, if you don't have enough energy to meet that schedule, you might need to charge the resource up now in RTD to make sure you've got enough stated charge to meet that discharge schedule.
I'm not following this because at 12:30 it'd only be looking out to a little past 1:30, so I don't see why I'll see a ED at 2.
Yeah, hour ending 14, so 1 to 1:30. Yeah. I think there's also additional logic that we have in our markets that says if the RTD market sees an exceptional dispatch or a self-schedule for the next consecutive hour, we'll also ensure that the resource has enough stated charge to meet that in the previous hour. So at the end of, at 1 o'clock, we would make sure that the storage, and this would be a part of the optimization, it would make sure that the storage resource had enough stated charge to meet that self-schedule or exceptional dispatch. Yeah.
And in an ED case, is there a bid cost recovery that would apply? It's
the same logic that we have for other resources currently.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that might be a precursor to slide number 2 here that I have.
Okay.
We already give market participants a chance to jump in. Maybe we ought to still do that before we go ahead.
Yes, that'd be great. Ethan, is there anybody who'd like to jump in?
Yes, we do have a caller in the queue at this time. I'll go ahead and put them through now. Caller, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello, this is Elvis Svoboda at PG&E. I just either wanted to put a nail in the coffin of the concept of the spread bid, or if it must rise from the dead, let it do so. But my understanding of how storage bids were implemented is exactly what George said, which is, in a sense, a pair of charge and discharge bids can be interpreted as a spread bid, because that combination, even if out of the money, can still be interpreted in such a way as to reduce system costs. But there is no concept of a spread bid, and there is no conversion to a spread bid in the CAISO markets currently. And I wanted confirmation of that, because I think Scott definitely got the understanding from, and I don't know exactly from where, that there is such a conversion going on, and I do not believe there is such a conversion going on.
No, Alva, yes, I would confirm that we don't explicitly convert the bids. We just use them like any other regular resource. But as I said earlier, depending on certain conditions holding, the effect of the optimization is that it could treat them as a bid spread, but we don't explicitly convert them to something like that.
And that just means you could reduce costs by taking that combination of charging and discharging and paying consistently with those bids, correct?
Yes, this is correct, Alva, but only under the assumption that we would be settling every interval in the market horizon. Then, of course, there wouldn't be any problem. The underlying issue that we're struggling here is that, you know, the optimization does the right thing because it gives these prices in the market horizon, it minimizes the cost over the market horizon. However, when we settle, we don't settle the advisory intervals. So what happens later on that advisory interval in a later run becomes the binding. The market may have a different solution and a different price. So what the optimization show as beneficial, you know, half an hour ago may not materialize, and settlement-wise, maybe the settlement does not, you know, come on par with what the previous optimization solution thought was the right thing to do.
Right, and if a bid were taken out of the money because of that would be the cost recovery.
If overall there's a loss, right? If overall they're profitable over the day, then
or over the real time.
Even if that particular discharge was uneconomic. Yeah.
That's it.
Right, and for the bid cost recovery, yes, that process is supposed to net shortfall and market revenue surpluses over the day. So we do have this process for making sure that over the trading day, any resource does not have a revenue less than its bid cost over the entire trading day. So that's fine for conventional resources. I think there are questions whether this similar bid cost recovery method is suitable for storage resources. That is a different discussion. Maybe Gabe is going to touch on that later in his presentation.
And I'm hoping that Gabe will talk about the storage constraint, because I think that really is the way to address this, by paying for future storage capability. Thank you.
Thanks, Alva. Ethan, do we have anybody else queued up?
We have no other questions in the queue at this time.
Okay. Great. So we've gotten through the first substantive slide in 35 minutes, but there was a lot to chew on there. Gabe, do you want to go on to the next?
Yes, please. I fear that future slides may have even more material and opportunities for chewing. But here we go.
I'm afraid we haven't done them. We haven't done a multi-slide optimization here. We've, but we'll do the best that we can within the hour-and-a-half constraint.
We'll work on that. Yeah, and I do know we have another topic teed up after this, so I don't want to eat into their time. The next two topics, and again, you know, just to reemphasize here, and I think to touch on what a few people were hinting at already, this is an issue paper. So we're sort of laying out everything that we think we might possibly want to address. We're not necessarily thinking about solutions at this stage, but I think we're transitioning from a phase of thinking about problems to one where we are, you know, beginning to formulate and recommend solutions, and that's sort of where we're at in the process right now. So the next two issues are around opportunity costs and bid cost recovery. These two items are clearly related, and they're relevant for storage resources. I think some of the items that we're talking about here have common themes. We do still have real-time market constraints where we're thinking about intervals in the 5-minute market up to 65 minutes into the future, and then in the RTPD market up to 2 hours in the future. These two horizons, and we've talked quite a bit about this, don't have any ability to sort of, quote unquote, save data charge for use later in the day. So even though in our day-ahead market we might have known that net loads were very high in the evening, if I'm solving again for a RTD optimization at 12:30, I wouldn't have any, that RTD optimization run doesn't have any notion that, hey, later in the day I'm really going to need a lot of state of charge for my storage resources. It also might not know on days when it's really light that I don't need to have a lot of state of charge. And, there is inherently some, opportunity cost from storage resources being discharged during one interval or 1 hour or another hour, because once I've discharged energy from my storage resource, there may be an opportunity to recharge the resource, but there may not be. And if there isn't an opportunity to recharge, I really have lost out on the ability to generate in later hours. And if those expected prices in the later hours were higher than the price that I was currently getting, it certainly doesn't make sense to discharge the resource if you can't discharge in those later periods. It also may not make sense to, you've got the same problem with actual realized prices as well. So storage resources, when they're bidding, they're representing energy costs, and they don't have a notion of startup costs or minimum load costs or transition costs. So we are really just thinking about energy here or ancillary services and potential opportunity costs related to those. I think this notion of opportunity costs flows rather naturally into bid cost recovery. When we do think about a replacement tool for the minimum state of charge requirement, which is something that we're doing in this Energy Storage Enhancements Initiative, we will likely come up with some sort of methodology for compensating, or at least including in the bid parameters of resources, this notion of opportunity cost. And, to a certain extent, I think we've talked a lot about that idea in the ESDR 4 initiative, where we were coming up with a default energy bid for storage resources. But this could also be relevant in a discussion about bid cost recovery as well, because if these storage resources aren't recovering these costs for whatever reason, either they're being exceptionally dispatched, or the ISO is maintaining a certain level of state of charge for our minimum state of charge requirements, or whatever tool replaces that, that could flow into a need for potentially bid cost recovery. Obviously, when we are actually proposing solutions, what we'd like to do is make sure whatever solution we propose sort of addresses these problems, and one solution could check a lot of the boxes for these topics that we're talking about, and I think that's what Alpha was hinting at with his last comment.
A quick question, Gabe. We're really talking just about real time here, because in the IFM, because there aren't these non-convexities, every the storage charge discharge schedule, because it's a linear model, will make money, at least not lose money, right? So this is only a real time problem.
Yeah, as long as yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay, Scott and Jim, anything you want to say about that slide?
Nope.
So I know that based on the issue paper, that perhaps people, some people have asked for bid cost recovery over a shorter cycles and rather than the entire day, for example, or bid cost recovery that would, be, so would look ex post, if you were charged and then it turns out that you sold for less money later, give you an opportunity cost, even if you made money over the day. And I think there are problems with both of those. But these aren't on your slide, so let's not dive into those. But unless somebody wants to say something more about it. If not, let's see, Ethan, if there's anybody who wants to say anybody on the phone lines at this point.
We do have one question raised in the queue. Would you like me to put them through now?
Yes, please.
All right, caller, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. I just wanted to make a request because that first section took so long, I was worried we might not get to it at the end. And there were significant other issues brought up in the comments to the issue paper. WPTF had an 11-page comment into this. And I was hoping we could just leave time at the end to discuss things that are really important for the model that are not in this presentation.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. If that's the only comment, let's steam on, Gabe, and hopefully we will have that time at the end. Yeah. And thank you, of course, for your extensive comments, Carrie.
Anytime.
Okay, so if we can advance the next slide, please, Ethan. Great. This particular slide, I don't think is a surprise to anyone. It's something that I've presented in several different forums. But for those of you who are unfamiliar, it is this is a picture. The yellow line is a picture of what net loads look like on 8/14, so August 14th, 2020, in the RTD market, so 5-minute granularity here. And sort of what we're showing is with the dashed black lines are that at 1800, the RTD window sees a period where it needs a significant amount, if we assumed that we only had 40,000 megawatts of imports and 24/7 gas generation, and we were sort of depending on storage resources to make up any difference between 40,000 and net load that exceeded 40,000. In this particular example, you would see the blue shaded area as the energy that would need to be served by storage resources. So it's a stylized example, and there are many assumptions that are made here. But in this particular case, we would need that blue shaded area, which is roughly 3 gigawatt hours of energy. When the RTD market is considering positions and dispatch instructions for storage resources, even at 6 p.m., it sees a need that is significantly smaller than the total, 3.2 gigawatt hours, and maybe it's only, 1 gigawatt hour or something. But if at that point, at that 1800-hour mark, those storage resources already don't have a significant amount of state of charge stored in them, then we're going to be in trouble and we're not going to be able to serve load later on in that period. And this is also just to point out the issue that the look-ahead period for the 5-minute market is very narrow, and it certainly doesn't cover the entire period where we may be needing storage in, even this summer, let alone cover the period where it would be considering the entire time we might need storage to be dispatched, and then a significant amount of time to allow that those resources to charge and achieve that state of charge. So what we've been saying in this initiative and other initiatives is that the ISO needs some sort of a tool in the RTD market to ensure that there is state of charge and some compensation mechanisms for that. And we did lay out 3 potential ideas, and we're not really putting forward a proposal at this time. We're just outlining some ideas about how we think we could proceed as we are putting solutions together. So Ethan, if we could advance one more slide, I think I just have at the absolute highest level a 3-bullet point list here that outlines some potential ideas to addressing this problem. We know and we have applied to FERC for a minimum state of charge requirement tool for use for this summer to ensure that we do have state of charge in the absolute most critical days. Those would be days when we have RUC and feasibilities on our market to ensure that storage resources are charged to meet their day-ahead discharge awards. I just note, and I put this in the paper as well, that the prices, if we were to sort of turn this into a tool that we would be using going forward and start pricing it and compensating storage resources that are sort of held to a level that requires them to have enough energy to meet their day-ahead discharge awards, it may be difficult to come up with the actual prices that compensation should occur at. There could be some sort of an ex post calculation. I don't think the ISO wants to undertake, some sort of endeavor to sort of recreate what the market could have been had these resources participated earlier. So we might have to, if we were to use a solution like this, we might just simply look at prices and compare what the resource could have made in the real-time market versus what it actually made in the real-time market, which may not be a terribly palatable solution because it might be very expensive. The second idea is sort of this idea of an energy shift product. Again, the issue paper didn't include a ton of details on how we might do this, but it would essentially be a product that would specify energy that would be bought at a certain time and it would be sold at a certain time from a particular resource ID, and it would be one transaction, both the buy and the sell. And that specific transaction, this energy shift transaction, would also come with an obligation to hold state of charge in the real-time market to ensure that we could achieve that energy shift in the real-time market. I just want to note here that the results for something like this may not actually turn out to be any different than what our current day-ahead market comes up with. It might just be how we classify some of the transactions to storage resources, where some of them could be this energy shift product, and that I would sort of classify that as the required energy that has to be served by storage resources, where other transactions might be the typical energy transactions in the day-ahead market that we're used to today. The final idea is sort of an idea about, a biddable state of charge product. So this would be a notion that's sort of akin to our notions of ancillary services today. So we would basically, the ISO would basically be setting targets likely at system or regional level, so maybe NP15, SP15, or something like that, and potentially for local needs as well. But we would set thresholds for an aggregate amount of state of charge that we would need to procure. Storage resources could bid energy, ancillary services, and state of charge into the market. The ISO would then clear state of charge, just very similar to how we clear ancillary services today, and ensure that we have enough state of charge in aggregate in those regions to meet the needs that we've specified, which would be specified likely in the previous day. And those are three ideas that we just wanted to open with and get feedback from stakeholders on, and of course feedback here in this meeting from our MSC.
Thank you, Gabe. I'll start off and give one quick reaction, the energy shift product. So basically, in a competitive market, a battery owner cannot earn more money by basically this is putting constraints on how to operate and you can't earn more money just bidding an energy shift product than you can by being optimized subject to your state of charge constraints and considering your variable O&M costs. So I don't see that second product as the energy shift product as really offering any value. I mean, you could offer the energy shift product between all pairs of hours, right, charging and discharge, but then you're just going to get the same schedule. Jim or Scott, do you have any comments?
And Ben, if I could, I might just say that we understand. I understand the comment that you just made. I think if you were scheduled for energy shift, there likely would be some sort of premium that would need to be paid, and that could potentially be a bid-in premium. But yeah, we haven't gotten to the details of that, but I think you bring up a very good point.
Thanks, Gabe. Scott, Jim?
Nothing from Jim. No, go ahead, Scott.
Okay. I mean, it seems to me I kind of agree with Ben and Gabe that the energy shift project is different from a day-ahead market schedule, except maybe we're going to say you can't release it except at a very high price. And until we get to that hour. So it's day-ahead market schedule, and but I don't know if it needs to be energy, it needs to be storage. It's all, but this is just extra. It sounds like it's almost like flexible capacity we want to have in that hour. We shouldn't really care whether it comes from storage, or if it comes from imports, or it comes from some other resource. But it sounds like it's capacity that the operators don't want to have released at a very high price.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Let's see. Ethan, can you check to see if anybody on phone lines wants to comment on this?
Of course. There is one hand in the queue, and I will note there is some banging in the background. If that is behind you, if you could please mute your personal device. Thank you. I'll go ahead to the first caller in the queue. Caller, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power and Trading Forum again. I just wanted a quick comment on that last one, and maybe we could discuss it, but I'm not sure quite the difference between this and then what the CAISO is going to implement hopefully this fall, which is where you could bid in an end-of-hour state of charge in a range. So, for example, you could say, I want to be at least 40% charged, and then the remaining 40% to 100% has an offer range. So I'm wondering if you could articulate that, how this would be different a little bit more, Gabe.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That product that we're introducing with ESSER 4 is the ability for storage resource scheduling coordinators to specify either a maximum or a minimum state of charge that would be used in the RTD and RTPD optimizations for any specific hour of the day. So, for example, you could say, well, at the end of hour ending 13, I want my storage resource to be between 10 megawatt hours and 60 megawatt hours or something like that. Or, you're expecting very high prices later in the day. You could say, hey, I want my storage resource to have at least 75% state of charge so that I have plenty of energy later to discharge, something like that. This product would be different where every hour, every 5-minute interval, you and the ISO market optimization would receive bids for energy, ancillary services, and from storage resources, we would receive bids for state of charge. In addition to that, the ISO would have specific thresholds. So let's just say it's a system threshold, and we need to have at least 1 gigawatt hour of state of charge across the entire fleet. If obviously the entire storage fleet has something like 2 gigawatt hours, the constraint wouldn't bind, and the ISO wouldn't, the ISO optimization wouldn't go out and procure any more state of charge. If, however, there was only, 0.89 gigawatt hours of state of charge, what the market optimization would do is begin charging a bunch of resources so that we would have state of charge to meet that constraint. And then the resources that were holding state of charge, and this would be true across all 24 hours a day, would be compensated at the prevailing marginal price for state of charge. And again, these ideas aren't fully worked out yet, and obviously we haven't proposed anything, but it is just sort of a, this is the thought here behind this particular idea.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. I think just in general, I would love to see at a follow-up MSC meeting a better articulation of the problem as well. It occurs to me that each of these designs are kind of meet different needs and have different benefits to, from my perspective, people bidding in storage, but I'm not sure how well they solve what it means, ensure sufficient state of charge across the storage fleet, ensure it to what level, at what time, under what criteria. So I think probably articulating the problem would go a lot further in getting the MSC's opinion on which solution will meet the issue.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Terry. I would state, though, that the slide that we presented on slide 4 does articulate what the problem is, the issue is. The issue is, hey, we need a certain amount of state of charge, a total number of megawatt hours of state of charge from our storage fleet, and we need that to be procured in the market somehow. And that at the highest level is what the issue is. But I think your point is well taken. How are we going to translate that into, 3 hours before you need your storage resources to start discharging? What's the target that the ISO is going to be procuring to for state of charge with any of these 3 products? And I think as we come up with solutions, we can also start to refine how we want to solve the problem of getting the state of charge.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Gary.
I was just going to, maybe you're going to say the same thing, but I'd like to push back a little bit on that that's a clear articulation of the problem. At what periods of time do you need that from storage and think that your price signals aren't enough? Is it when you can't rely on the rest of the fleet? Is it because the economic signals are wrong? I think really what you just said, you just presume there's an issue without saying, okay, you need this amount of state of charge, but why? Is it because no other resource can meet it cheaper? Does that make sense? I think that's the part where I'm struggling with. I understand your articulation of the theoretical issue, but what does the CAISO actually need?
It's because you can't rely on the rest of the fleet.
Go ahead, Scott.
Well, I think it's easy. Sorry, this is Jim cutting in. I think it's easy to come up with some examples of, I guess, so I've been focused on the inefficiencies that could result from just the lack of kind of having full vision over when the decisions are being made. And it seems like you could come up with examples of those things. That's a little bit different than sort of meeting quote-unquote needs. And so I do think there's those questions to sort of address, like how much of this is about just efficient utilization of storage versus some more kind of reliability, I guess, focused concept.
Thank you. That's a much more articulate way of what I was trying to say. Yep.
Yeah, and I don't
go back to what Carrie said, and if we're putting in place ESDR 4, where market participants have an end of period state of charge. Now, what is if the market participants put in end of period state of charge to hold the power in those hours, what is it that the CAISO needs in addition to that? Is it that you don't think the market participants are going to put in the right end of period storage, that they're not going to hold it for the end of the day, and if so, why? And because I can understand today when they have no mechanism to make sure it's held, and if market conditions change, maybe they get drained before they got to the end of the day. But I think the idea is if they can put in end of period state of charges and they know they've got a day-ahead market schedule for those hours, can't they use that to make sure they're available? And if they can do that, what is it that the ISOs arbitrary, this is a automated rule, is that going to be more efficient or more effective or more reliable?
Yeah, just to go back to Jim's point, and I think Jim said it very well. The problem and the way that I've been thinking about it is a reliability issue, not an efficiency issue. Maybe there's a lot of room for additional discussion there, just in thinking about the problem in general. Scott, to your point, I think we can easily construct examples where even though scheduling coordinators have these tools, they could find it advantageous financially to discharge their resources earlier in the day, even though the ISO may be depending on those resources, storage resources, for reliability purposes later in the day.
So this is an issue that the ISO's scheduling penalty parameters will be higher than the market prices, so that because of that difference, we need to have this command and control rather than market-based incentives. So, if that's the issue, we should be straight about it.
Yes, but I think it's only, I think you're right, Scott, and I think that the command and control would only come in, and the ISO's intention here is that it would only come in when we're absolutely on the cusp of not having enough state of charge from these resources. Under normal, typical operating scenarios, I wouldn't anticipate these binding, but they could, and this could happen on any day where we know that we need storage to maintain reliability.
This has been, could it be argued that compared to a facility by facility minimum state of charge requirement, if you're an RA storage facility, that this is actually more market friendly in the sense that you're going to get the total state of charge the system needs, but you're going to get it in the places it's either cheapest or the energy is more valuable because you're giving it some flexibility as to which facilities have that charge. Is that a rationale for doing it, having this as a system-wide constraint rather than, much less flexible facility by facility MSOC?
Yeah, I think it absolutely is.
Now, I don't know if it can be argued that it's cheaper to provide it at some locations than others, but I guess that's up to the market to determine. Carrie, thank you for raising the issue. I do think there are a lot of questions about this and issues of potential discrimination against non-storage resources that can provide similar services during the peak, but won't be getting the benefit of the shadow price. That is basically a way to push more money at storage resources and perhaps bias the market. That's something that I'm concerned about, and it will depend. The extent that that's a problem will depend on the design of it. Let's see. Anybody else? If it's okay, Carrie, can we go to the next question? Unless you have something to add. If not, Ethan, is there somebody else on the phone lines?
Yes, we do have one other caller in the queue. I'll go ahead and put them through now. Caller, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Alvis Swoboda from PG&E. I wanted to suggest a couple of other applications of this concept of the state of charge. I think one of them was sort of brought up earlier, which is it can be used to some extent at least to put in concerns beyond the horizon of the real-time market in real time. So knowledge that it's not possible to bring into the real-time market process horizons could potentially be hedged against the state of charge constraint. The other application, which I think is going to become important over time, it's not important yet, but I think it's important to not think of batteries as just solely being resources that charge during the solar hours in order to provide peaking energy in the peak. There's a need potentially to have batteries available at some level at the beginning part of the day for example, for the morning peak, that it's really not possible to ensure in any way in the current market processes. Participants can themselves make an assessment about what that's worth, but I think HISE is in a better position to try to, on reliability grounds, put some minimum level of state of charge potentially requirement at the end of the day, so that there are that issues again that are beyond the horizon of the day-ahead market could potentially be incorporated through such a product.
Thank you, Alva. Ethan, anybody else?
There are no others in the queue at this time.
Okay, great. Okay, Gabe, you can continue the last slide, and hopefully we'll have a few minutes left for additional questions and comments.
Yes, that sounds good. So, Ethan, if we could just advance. Yeah. Okay. So the final topics that we talk about are variable charging rates and exceptional dispatch. So one of the things that we've had as a note and feedback from stakeholders is that charging rates degrade as storage approaches, full states of charge. So if you've got a 100 megawatt hour battery and you're charged up to 95 megawatt hours, you might not be able to charge at the same rate at that 95 megawatt hours that you had been able to charge for in between 20 megawatt hours and 50 megawatt hours or something like that. So I think the ISO has noted that some storage resources are quote unquote oversized, which sort of avoids this problem. So even the dispatchable range that the ISO sees is the range where the performance is really good, and we don't necessarily see these actual very high levels of state of charge because the battery is actually bigger than what's available to the ISO for dispatch. And, of course, our current modeling only includes one P-min value, which is the maximum charge rate. So we're thinking about some ways to potentially expand our model to include that. Switching over to exceptional dispatch. Exceptional dispatches today are target megawatt values that are sent as instructions from the ISO to specific resources. They're not necessarily megawatt hour values, which might be more relevant to storage resources. Compensation for the dispatch is at bid or better. When we want to procure state of charge, or an operator wants to procure state of charge from storage resources, perhaps because of a local issue, there's a line down and you need a certain storage resource charged, you might want to do that early in the day so that it has state of charge for later in the day when system conditions get tight. If they were to do that today, they could send the megawatt instructions to the resource to charge for several intervals. They would get paid at bid or better. But then later in the day, as they were just holding state of charge for the peak hours of the day, there would be little or no compensation during those intervals because the megawatt instructions, the storage resource would be zero or close to zero, resulting in no compensation. As we talked about earlier, it is likely appropriate to compensate those resources for opportunity costs if they missed out on opportunities from being able to perform and provide energy in the real-time market. It might also make sense to include, some other form of compensation during those hours as well. With that, those are a high-level summary of the issues that we've included in our most recent issue paper and discussion with stakeholders. I can pause there.
Thanks, Gabe. And as Carrie mentioned, the issue paper is a very rich one with a lot of issues and proposals that you could only begin to touch on here. But let's first Scott or Jim, do you have anything to say about the topics in this slide before I turn to the phone lines?
No, thank you, Jim.
Okay. If that's, let's see, if that's the situation, then Ethan, is there anybody in the phone lines? First, with comments or questions about what's on the slide here, and then we'll open it more generally.
At this time, we currently have no questions in the queue. Once again, you can join the queue by pressing #2 on your telephone keypad. I'll go ahead and give it a moment to see if any questions come through.
Thank you.
Once again, it is #2 to enter the queue. So far, there are no questions in the question queue.
Okay. And I think, as has been alluded in the previous discussion, especially Carrie's comment, any of these fleshed out will certainly then stimulate a lot more questions and so forth as we get more specific. So I invite folks in the audience, more generally, any of the comments raised, any of the issues raised in the issue paper, or any of the issues that should have been raised but weren't, would invite more general questions and comments at this time.
Jerry, had you said everything you wanted to say?
I can offer just a general comment in that that this is some of the possibilities described in the issue paper strike me as kind of interim solutions on the road to perhaps more fundamental redesigns of the market that will be possible with more effort and or better computational capabilities down the road. Things like having an hour ahead half type procedure with binding prices that looks many hours into the future, or extending the time horizon of the RTPD and RTD processes, which can't be implemented in the near time and pose computational challenges. But as everybody knows, that the computer, the phone you're using now has a heck of a lot more computing capability than the computers that we were all using 20 years ago. At some point it'll be worth having a discussion about where we might want these to take us, especially as at the same time we're heading towards 60% or greater renewables and a heck of a lot more storage and other things. But so I'd like to keep that in mind, that as we evaluate what might be done in response to these issues, that the solutions may be something that are only implemented for a few years until we get something better, and we might want to keep in mind what that better is, and so implement things that perhaps would be more easily transitioned to that. I don't know if, Gabe, you would like to say something about longer-term concerns like that.
Yeah, I think the ISO is trying to think a little bit more broadly about solutions, not necessarily in this initiative, but somewhat at arm's length of this initiative. And as we do that, it may be a more wholesale, redesign, if you will, of the way that the current markets work. Obviously, we know in the future, I think the grid is going to be renewables and storage resources rather than gas resources. So we may need to sort of rethink about, how we do things today, and maybe there's a better solution for that. Along those lines, the ISO is planning to have some broader discussion about what some of those solutions may look like. We haven't set any firm dates to do that yet, but it'll likely be something like a panel discussion or experts giving presentations, something like that. that the ISO would host, and we would do a conference call like this to sort of facilitate that conversation, and it might drive longer-term changes that we're thinking about to our markets into the future.
Thank you, Gabe. I'm pleased that the ISO is considering doing that, and we're looking forward to participating, as I'm sure the stakeholders are. Ethan, let me give the folks on the phone line a last shot here if they have any other comments or questions. And I know, Carrie, you only just scratched the surface of the 11 pages of your comments, but if there are any things you'd like to highlight or stimulate discussion on, this is the time. Ethan, is there anybody who would, anybody queued up?
At this time, there are currently no hands raised in the queue, but once again, you can enter the queue by pressing #2 on your telephone keypad. Go ahead and give it just a moment to see if anybody changes their mind. Alrighty, it appears there are still no hands raised in the queue.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, I think we can actually then end a little bit early and allow a bit more time for the day-ahead market enhancements, in particular the imbalance reserves flanging up with real-time flexible RAM products. Is Don Trethewey available? I do see him here.
I'm here.
Okay, that's great. So if we could queue up the Don's slides. And Don and George, thank you very much. These are complicated. These are difficult. This reminds me of like, there's always a lecture in the middle of the semester where you dive into the mathematics that the students really dislike and have a hard time following, but they have to do it. Eat your spinach. And this has a little bit of that feeling, but it is really important, I think. And I appreciate the effort that George, you, and Don have put into these, and I'm glad we have actually a few more minutes to go through these. So, Don, will you be presenting, or will George? Pardon me?
Ben, this is Greg. Since we have a couple of minutes, actually I was going to do this anyways. I wanted to make a couple of comments before we start this discussion just on the initiative overall.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, so I just wanted to let everybody know, we have had the day-ahead market enhancement has been on a hiatus since late last year. We paused the initiative so that we would have time to focus on the summer 2021 readiness initiative. So now we are getting ready to restart this initiative. And I just wanted to let everybody know that, when we do restart this, we will be providing a review of where we left off, and also be providing the opportunity for stakeholders to raise any new issues that might have arisen since the design was last considered. For example, there may be, a lot of interest in how the export and wheel-through priorities will factor into this design. But today we are focusing on our latest thinking on how the imbalance reserve product deviation settlement can be resolved. And, in particular, that's something that we have been working closely with the Market Surveillance Committee on, and we believe we have some new thinking on that Don and George will be presenting today. But, even though we're having that narrow discussion today, I don't want to leave stakeholders with the impression that we're not going to have a more comprehensive discussion when we do restart this initiative in a few weeks from now. So with that, I'll turn it over to Don and George.
Thanks, Greg. Okay. So thanks, Greg. So the way that we've good afternoon, everybody. So the way that we've structured this presentation is I'll walk through and sort of give a high-level summary of what we see from a settlement approach for reliability, capacity, and imbalance reserves, and then have a more detailed discussion around some of the interesting things we need to think with and grapple with when thinking about a deviation settlement for imbalance reserves. And then George will walk through the formulas that we've developed as part of this proposal in terms of how we would settle these deviations. And then we'll also walk through an Excel spreadsheet that we've put out to provide stakeholders with examples about how this would work in practice. And then at the end, George was going to summarize some of the observations that we've had as we've been working through and trying to and grappling with how to address this. So if we move to the next slide.
Ethan, can you, there you go.
Yeah, thanks. So, just as a quick refresher in terms of the new products, so we'll have imbalance reserves up and imbalance reserves down. These are products that cover the uncertainty that can materialize between the day ahead forecasts and what can occur in the 15-minute market. And we would put this into the integrated forward market so that we can actually clear these new products along with ancillary services and energy rather than having the need for operators to make adjustments in the subsequent residual unit commitment process because they need to have additional
How does your light work?
To meet.
How do you turn it on?
Someone's not on mute.
Let's see. We have somebody needs to mute.
Okay. And
go ahead, Don.
So yep, no problem. So we would, by putting these two new products into the IFM, this reduces the need for operators to make adjustments in the residual unit commitment process in order to have additional supply and ramp capability available to cover uncertainty, as well as some portion that they put in place to cover the need for additional ramping capability within the hour.
And Don, just to clarify that the imbalance reserves and the shown on the right and the energy that's shown on the right, RUC is not going to change the folks who are on the hook for IR up, IR down, and energy as determined by the IFM. There's no reshuffling among the units of who's going to provide what or in terms of financial obligations. So
yes, that's accurate. And so what we would use the residual unit commitment process for is to cover any difference between what cleared from a physical supply standpoint. We'll compare that to what the CAISO thought should have cleared. And in the example we're showing on the right, we are needing additional upward capacity because the IFM cleared lower than what the CAISO believed it should add from taking into consideration load and variable energy resources. And so we would, again, give an award now to additional resources for reliability capacity up.
But from a settlements perspective, the purple arrows and the blue arrows are basically identical going out of RUC. Is that right? At least for imbalance purposes?
Correct.
Don, I don't understand how that's going to work. Suppose that in the reliability capacity up, you commit a new unit at minimum load. It seems to me that unit, it can't be dispatched for reliability capacity up. Its dispatchable range can be. I think you need, well, maybe in the paper you could spell out how this is going to work without financial reshuffling, but I think there's going to have to be financial reshuffling in order to make the reliability capacity up dispatchable.
And this is George. Yeah, on this one, if there is a resource that is committed in RUC so that we can get reliability capacity up and down, essentially the whole schedule, including the minimum load, could be considered reliability capacity up. Essentially, it could be getting a capacity payment for all that schedule that you need. And it's not going to change your IFM settlement. It's additional just for additional capacity that we need in the market.
But it'll have to come online at minimum load. It'll get a some of that's going to have to get a commitment schedule. And,
okay. For real time. So in real time, you will you'll have the energy in real time. So it will settle in real time. The energy. We won't be changing the IFM settlement. It's going in for real time.
But the reliability capacity up's going to be submitting an incremental offer for reliability capacity, but you're going to be committing based on three-part bids. Well, we'll let you work this out, but I think this is going to evolve a little.
Okay, we'll make a note of that. Thanks, Scott. Okay, so now that we've realized we've got these four new products, we've got imbalance reserves up and down and reliability capacity up and down, and I'll do a sort of a quick summary of at a high level of what we are looking to propose from a settlement standpoint. So if we move to the next slide. So if we look at reliability capacity, it settles very similar to how our residual unit commitment process does today. So there isn't a deviation settlement for these new products with any of the real-time products. There's just, you basically have a real-time must-offer obligation to offer into the real-time market in order to cover your reliability capacity. We will have no pay provisions in the event that they're unable to meet that must-offer obligation in the 15-minute market. And in the event that they are unavailable, they would be charged back the higher of the day-ahead reliability capacity or the 15-minute market FRP price. And then from a cost allocation standpoint, this is also very similar to how we do RUC today. And again, we would have two cost allocations, one for the up and one for the down. So we'd have a two-tier approach, with the first tier being allocated to load, what we're calling scheduling coordinator forecasted VER deviations, as well as net virtual supply position. That SC forecasted VERs, that's something new. One of the things that we had talked about at the last MSC meeting back in December is that we've decided that we would allow variable energy resources that utilize the CAISO's forecast as their upper economic limit, that they could be eligible to be awarded both reliability capacity and imbalance reserve up. And so basically, if you're one of those variable energy resources, since we're using your forecast in IFM, there's no potential need to make an adjustment in RUC in order to reconcile that difference. And then at the end of the day, if there's additional remaining costs, that those will be allocated to metered load, the same as we do for RUC today. So I'm going to go through 3 slides, and then I'll stop for questions. So the next is around the, we can go to the next slide, please. So when we start talking about how we're going to settle imbalance reserves, things become a little more different. And after we get through this high-level summary, we'll walk through in more details how some of the issues we need to grapple with as we try to come up with an appropriate settlement. But at a high level, we're proposing a 5-minute deviation settlement for the ramp, the 5-minute ramp capability, that is settled with the flexible ramping product. And that would include both forecasted movement and uncertainty awards, which are really 2 ways that you're compensated for based upon the flexible ramping product in real time. We would have a note. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just looking ahead, I think it was slide 8, you have 3 equations for calculating deviations, one for FRU up, FR up, FR down, another for FR down, and then for movement. Are you saying that basically, for example, for up, you'd be adding up the 2 quantities in the first and the third equations, and that's the total amount that you're on the hook for in real time? You're just adding these 2 together because you're going to use the same settlement price for both in terms of the any imbalance?
We can wait. You're correct. Here. Yeah, we can jump into that in more detail when we get those equations, but that's the key and this is the key feature of the flexible ramping product, And it addresses the concern you actually brought up in the storage discussion, where prior to implementing the flexible ramping product, we observed for when there were just changes in the net load forecast, and someone had to be held out of merit in order to meet that advisory schedule, that the cost of that ramp was actually materializing in the LMP of the advisory interval and never being settled. And so we need to settle both the forecasted movement and the uncertainty awards. So to the extent that you're moving in the direction, moving in the upward direction, you're paid for the upward product and you're charged for the downward product. And to the extent you have additional unloaded upward capability that could provide to meet uncertainty, that you also would be paid for that additional ramp capability you have. And we need to consider. Go ahead. We need to consider both forms of ramp when determining the appropriate amount when determining the quantity that we need to measure from a deviation standpoint.
Right, and just remind us what the settlement price would be. Would it be just for example, if it's 15-minute market, it would just be the FMM price for ramp? That if you have a deviation, you would pay or be paid that?
That's correct. And then likewise in RTD, similar to what we do today with the flexible ramping product.
Okay, that's great. Please go ahead.
Okay. The next is, since the imbalance reserves, the amount that you can be awarded of that in the day-ahead time frame is based upon your 15-minute ramp capability, you do have a must-offer obligation that exceeds your 5-minute ramp capability. And so to the extent that you're unable to meet that must-offer obligation based upon your 15-minute ramp capability, then we would have a no-pay provision there, and similar to the reliability capacity, we would be charged the higher of the imbalance reserves or the FMM flexible ramping product. This new product would also have a two-tier cost allocation. We have lots more details in terms of how you would do this, and we'll be posting with the next version of the paper. But at a high level, what we're trying to capture is that if there's a deviation that requires the dispatch of other resources, you don't in essence give the market the option to schedule you or not, you just require a schedule change, well, those are the parties that would be allocated the cost of the imbalance reserves. So a good one to think about is if you think about a virtual supply. Well, yes, virtual supply is going to cause us to potentially redispatch a physical resource to backfill for that in the real-time market, but there's no uncertainty with that. We know 100% that we're going to the extent all things remain equal, we were going to need to commit dispatch physical supply to backfill that virtual supply, and that's why the virtuals are included in the reliability capacity, but not in the new imbalance reserve product. But if you're a conventional generator and you go on outage and are unable to meet your day-ahead energy schedule, well, then you're going to be, in essence, allocated a portion of the imbalance reserve up cost because you've consumed the dispatch capability of the resources providing that service.
And just to clarify, Don, Tier 1 will be, you identify the megawatts of deviations that you can go after, and they'll pay on a per megawatt basis. And if there's any unallocated costs, then those will be put in Tier 2. Is that the basic idea?
Yes. Very similar to the way we do Tier 2 allocations today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
Jim or Scott, anything at this point?
Not from Scott.
Not from Jim.
Don, just give a nod when you're ready to take calls from the line.
Yes, well, let me go one more slide, and then I'll open that.
Okay.
You should open. Just talk at the high level. So we did want to move to the next slide, please. So we did want to clarify how these new products would be treated in our bid cost recovery process. So the imbalance reserves, those costs and revenues will be included in the IFM bid cost recovery and netted over the day. The reliability capacity revenue and cost, those will actually be in the real time, similar to what we do with RUC today. And we're not proposing any change to the flexible ramping product. Those continue to remain, both the revenues and the costs, in the real-time market. So, Ben, now I think would be a good time to sort of just pause at the high level, and then the next couple of slides we get into, again, some of the considerations we need to think about with regards to the imbalance reserve deviation settlement.
Okay, thank you, Don. So, Ethan, you can invite comments and questions from the audience.
At this time, we have one question in the queue. I'll go ahead and put them through now. Once again, you can join the queue by pressing pound 2 on your telephone keypad. Caller, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Don and George. It's Josh Arnold from PG&E. Got a couple quick clarifying questions if we can, mainly because it's been so long since we've looked at this whole initiative. I just want to make sure that my brain is in the right space to get when we get to the math. So I guess quick question on page 2. The lines you have for the IRU, IRD between the IFM and then the RUC, those are the same quantities, are they not?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. And then you mentioned RCD. It's not on the slides, but RCD is still, reliability capacity down is still a possibility in the RUC process if the market over-procures in the day ahead. That's still in place as well, right?
That's correct.
Okay, great. That helps level set. And you guys are still considering that IRU, IRD will be bid-in products like ancillary services as opposed to the flexible ramp where they're... Okay, great.
And yeah, flexible ramping product would continue to not have a bid price associated with it.
Okay, that was my understanding as well, so thank you for clarifying that. Okay, and then it's both on page 3 and 4, you're using charge higher of reliability capacity or FMM FRP, or for page 4, the IR or FMM FRP. I assume that's actually charged the worst price or the least advantageous price, because obviously if you're going down on an IR, then just making sure that it's whatever is least advantageous to that resource, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any thought on minimum penalties if shadow prices end up being 0 for both products? I'm thinking similar to what we did in intertie deviation settlements.
We haven't considered that, but I think that's something we could look at. I think it's very similar in the spirit of what Greg's opening remarks were, that in terms of the proposal we're looking at here, we hadn't contemplated that we would necessarily do that, but that's something that, again, we can discuss as we re-kick off this whole initiative.
That sounds fair. That sounds really good. And then the only other question I had just before we get into the real meat of it, when we're talking about, and this was on page 4, the unavailability or non-responsiveness for IRU, IRD, do we need to distinguish between why a resource might be unavailable in any way for penalties?
Again, we're looking at it from the no-pay standpoint. We were looking at it, if you don't have the ability to have economic offers that can meet your imbalance reserves requirements, that you would not receive any compensation for that, and would receive at a minimum a mild penalty, and that we would take the worst of between the day-ahead IR price and the FMM FRP.
Right, and I'm thinking on the same lines that there are 3 reasons for unavailability and no pay in the AES products, where you're undispatchable, unavailable, or non-responsive. And I'm just wondering if those carry over into this new paradigm for IRU, IRD.
Josh, we're focusing on the unavailable portion because of a D-rate or an outage. Yeah, so essentially, if you have a D-rate, you won't be able to perform to the award that you received in the market, so the no-pay will kick in. I think the other elements of the no-pay are relevant for ancillary services in regard to their delivery when they're called upon. So we didn't want to complicate this and go to those. We just kept it at the simple level of if you have a due date, that will result in a no pay.
Okay, because I'm also thinking about things like uninstructed deviation into that must-offer range that prevents the unit from responding appropriately to actual calls. I mean, I realize that would then be picked up under the flexible ramping forecasted movement problem, but I'm just not sure if financially they'd be comparable. And
so Josh, this is James. One of the key aspects of that no pay is that it's going to be between the day-ahead market and the FMM. It's not going to carry all the way through until the meter or RTD. So that's why we're looking at the unavailability. So if you have an outage between the day-ahead market and the start of the real-time market, that's why you wouldn't be made available, and we would do a no pay.
Got it. Okay, now that makes perfect sense. Thank you. Everything just clicked. Okay, fully support. Cool. I think I'm done then. Thank you very much for the clarifications.
Great. Thank you. Ethan, anybody else on the phone lines?
Yes, we do have one more caller.
Okay.
Oh, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello, this is Seth with TC Energy. I just have a clarifying question. On slide 3, where you mentioned there's a two-tier cost allocation, is that allocation referring to the BCR costs that RUC is assigned, that deviations and virtuals are assigned today? Or is it referring to a new cost allocation?
No, well, again, we're replacing the RUC availability cost, the cost allocation associated with RUC with these two new products, reliability capacity up and down. Yep. But in terms of how you treat virtuals, it's very similar to how we do today for the RUC portion.
Okay. Do the reliability capacity up gets assigned to net virtual shorts, and the net reliability capacity down gets assigned to net virtual longs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That was my question. Thank you. Thank you, Don.
Okay, that's great. Anybody else, Ethan?
There are no further hands raised in the queue at this time.
Okay. We're all hankering to get at the math, so let's plunge on.
So I'll tee it up in words and then hand it over to George to get to the math. But if we move to the next slide, we'll get just a couple of slides here where we sort of talk about what things we need to think in our as we come up with this. So we've touched on this a little bit already in the beginning, but when we look at RAMP, it's actually composed of two components. And so you have what we call forecasted movement, and this is the change in energy schedules between intervals in the same market run. So if you're going from 1 hour to the next in the IFM, if you're going from one 15-minute interval to the next 15-minute interval, or you're going from one 5-minute dispatch to the next 5-minute dispatch interval, the change in those energy schedules is your forecasted movement. The next is uncertainty awards, and this is unloaded RAMP capability, so it's not scheduled for energy, that is held back because we need to address uncertainty that can occur between market runs. And so we would sort of hold additional RAMP capability because in the real-time market, because in the event that the subsequent market run, either at the next RTD run or from FMM to what the next RTD run is, the system conditions can change if that uncertainty materializes. And by having held back this RAMP capability and not scheduled it for energy in the previous solution, we now have the opportunity to respond to a range of conditions, not just what we had forecasted when that interval was advised. And as we determined as we developed the flexible ramping product, the marginal value of this is the same for both resources. And so when we came up with a construct of settling both forecasted movement and uncertainty awards, we sort of addressed two issues. By doing the forecasted movement settlement, we addressed the price formation issue where that opportunity cost of being held out of merit simply to meet the net load was not being appropriately compensated to the flexible resource because we didn't settle the advisory interval. We can now explicitly compensate them at the same value as those other resources that we are holding back for to cover the uncertainty portion too. And so when we were thinking about what type of deviation settlement we needed for the imbalance reserves, we wanted to basically, what sort of got us to thinking about how to come up with a solution was, if your energy schedule doesn't change between day ahead and real time at all, and then you have basically, there's some granularity deviation settlements that can occur, but from a megawatt quantity standpoint, you're providing the same amount of energy, and so you're in good shape. And the same sort of concept we're looking for here is that if your ramp capability doesn't change between IFM, the 15-minute market, and the real-time dispatch, then from a megawatt standpoint, we shouldn't really see a deviation settlement occur because nothing's really changed in terms of the amount of ramp you can provide. So if we move to the next slide, what makes that sort of concept a little, where you need to think about it a little more is these sort of elements that we outline here. And so the first one is forecasted movement. In the day ahead, how you're compensated with that, since we settle all of the intervals, is actually through the energy price. But when we get to the real time with the flexible ramping product in the 15-minute market and RTD, since we don't settle all the intervals in the horizon, we actually have that side payment where we settle them for forecasted movement to ensure that we've compensated them for that scheduled ramp they're providing us. And so if you're moving up, your energy schedule is moving up in FMM and RTD, well, then you're paid the flexible ramping up price and you're charged the flexible ramping down price. So we need to sort of come up with a megawatt quantity from the day-ahead market, but we don't have to have there's not like a financial settlement of it because it's embedded in the energy prices. The next is, it's not just day-ahead energy schedules, but also base schedules in the EIM. Those too have forecasted movement. So how those base schedules change is very equivalent to how IFM schedules change for the ISO resources. So we need to take that into consideration. One thing that's interesting is that in the CAISO, we will have imbalance reserve awards, but for the EIM participants, they won't have imbalance reserve awards included in their base schedules. That's basically, for those resources, they have unloaded upward and downward bid range, but that's simply to ensure that they pass their resource efficiency tests. And so they've compensated for that in the forwards time frames to pass the resource efficiency tests. And the CAISO is simply using imbalance reserves as its mechanism to ensure that we have sufficient offers to pass the various resource efficiency tests. Next, we have to grapple with that there's uncertainty that we're covering with the imbalance reserves. Remember, it's a 15-minute product, so that uncertainty granularity is different. And so we need to try to find a way to split the two of those up so that we appropriately only charge a deviation between imbalance reserves and the flexible ramping product from an uncertainty basis on the 5-minute capability, not the 15-minute capability, because a resource could never deliver their 15-minute capability in one 5-minute interval. The next interesting element we need to deal with is that the ramp for imbalance reserves can also come from unloaded capacity that's moving in the opposite direction, if you have unloaded capacity and if your energy schedules are moving in the opposite direction. So if you're moving up, that enables you to provide imbalance reserves down. And likewise, if you're moving up in the real-time market, that actually allows you to provide flexible ramping products down, because in the next market run, we simply wouldn't move you up. So you've been able to meet the down requirement. And that's what it hits on the FRP as well. That same concept applies in both imbalance reserves and the flexible ramping product. And so with that, I'll pause to see if there's any questions, and then if not, I'll hand it over to George, who will walk through the math and the examples.
Maybe we can ask Ethan if there are any calls, any comments?
There are no comments in the queue at this time.
Thank you.
All right, well then I'll hand it over to you, George.
Thank you, Don. Can we show the next slide, please? Good afternoon. This is George Angelidis with the ASO. So before we walk through these formulas again, let's try to understand what we're doing here. So we want to establish a mechanism to have a deviation settlement going from a 15-minute product in the day-ahead market, the imbalance reserve, to a 5-minute product in the real-time market, the flexible ramp. So we wanted to address the issue of the granularity difference. So the way we do that is we separate the imbalance reserve product to potentially two pieces. The 5-minute ramp capable portion can be converted to flexible ramp. So therefore, we apply the deviation settlement to that piece only, the 5-minute ramp capable portion, because this is the one that can be converted to flexible ramp. The other piece is capacity that can be used in FMM as energy to address the granularity difference going from an hourly market to a 15-minute market. And it expires there. If it is available to be used, then that's the end of the story. If it's not available because of some unavailability, some outage or whatever we discussed earlier, then we apply no pay to that piece only. So we keep in mind this concept as we walk through these formulas, and we'll start simple here by first examining what this formula tells us if we don't have any movement in IFM. So simple case scenario here, we don't have any movement in IFM. IFM schedule stays flat across hours, so these color pieces in the first and second formula, they are zero, so they drop out. So let's see what remains. For the first formula that gives us the calculation of the flexible ramp up deviation, we calculate that deviation to be the difference between the flexible ramp up award in FMM, and you have now only the 5-minute ramp capable portion of the imbalance reserve. As you can see, we take the lower of the 5-minute ramp capable portion. This is the IFM ramp rate, the double R there. We multiply by 5 minutes. This is how much of the imbalance reserve product is subject to the deviation. So we use it as a cup. And then we take the lower of that and the actual imbalance reserve award in case we didn't award more than 5-minute ramp capable. So that's our basic formula for calculating the deviation for flexible ramp up, and similar for flexible ramp down, as you can see in the second formula. Okay, so
George,
before I go,
George,
yeah.
This is Ben. Just quick interrupt. So IRU is a 15-minute product. It looks at, but you don't divide it by 3 to convert it to a 5-minute product, and 5-minute capable here. So it's possible that all the IRU that the unit has could not be
actually deployed in 5 minutes, right?
Yes, we only consider the 5 subcouple portion to be going into this deviation calculation because we realize that this is the only part that can be converted to flexible ramp. The other part is available capacity to be used as energy in FMM as needed to address granularity differences between an hourly schedule and a 15-minute schedule.
Okay. Thanks. Please feel free to continue. Thanks.
Yeah. Before I get to the next step where we're going to start talking about the movement, I would like to know at this point if there is any question that exists on this simple concept that we take the 5-minute ramp capable portion of the balance reserve to compare with a flexible ramp award in FMM to assess a deviation, whereas the other piece is just simply subject to no pay. Do we have any questions on this one?
Not from Scott. Sounds good.
Any from market participants?
Ethan, can you check the phone lines, please?
There are no attendees with their hands raised in the queue at this time.
Okay, thank you.
So George, George, this has been the audience, those who are watching out there in TV land. These look complicated, but I really like what Scott actually had a suggestion offline about how to get a feeling for what's going on here, and that you consider 3 cases sort of generally. What happens when the IFM schedule is moving up? What happens when the IFM schedule, you've got movement down? What happens when it's flat? And you can see that different terms pop in. You know, plug in some numbers, you can see that. It's hard work, but I encourage that if you really want to understand these and why they work, give that a try. There are still detailed questions that we have about some of the things in there. So I can imagine these might change in the future, but the spreadsheet is helpful, and so is Scott's idea.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. And that's actually a very good idea. This is what I was planning to do here: introduce these colored pieces one at a time. So we covered the case where we have a flat IFM schedule. We don't have any movement. All right. So now we want to see how these formulas change if we have some movement. So let's consider first an upward movement where the IFM schedule is moving up from 1 hour to the next. So what we call a positive movement. So that's the blue term, and we divide by 12. So we convert this hourly movement to a 5-minute movement, all right, because we are working now with a 5-minute product, the flex ramp up, and we want to see the effect of the movement in the deviation. So as Don mentioned earlier in the previous slide, if you have movement in one direction, that actually creates capacity that can be used as flexible ramp in the opposite direction. So what happens here is we realize that you may have the ability to provide flexible ramp from your 5-minute ramp capability, but then you have additional ability to provide flexible ramp up if you have 5-minute movement in the opposite direction. And that's what this blue piece in the formula does. It calculates the opposite 5-minute IFM movement and adds it to the 5-minute ramp capability. Adds it because it's a min, so it's a negative quantity. So subtracting a negative quantity, it increases the ramp capability that becomes available for flexible ramp up. So what does this mean? This means that if we have an upward movement in IFM, and that movement is maintained in FMM, so FMM moves on the same ramp, then essentially we have additional capability for flexible ramp up in FMM. And we'll compare that now with the flexible ramp up awards that was actually awarded in FMM to derive the deviation. So if you have a ramp rate of 1 megawatt per minute, okay, you have a 5 megawatt ability for flex ramp up. And if you have a movement of, let's say, 60 megawatts downward in IFM, all right, you have another 5 megawatts contribution from the opposite movement. So you expect in FMM to have available for flexible ramp up a total of 10 megawatts. And if that was the procurement, if the flexible ramp up award is 10 megawatts, then that will give you a 0 deviation for flexible ramp up. All right, that's what this formula is doing. And if the movement is not maintained in FMM, if FMM has a different movement than the IFM, then it's the third equation that addresses that difference, which is the deviation on the forecasted movement now. As you can see there, we divide by 3 the FMM movement to make it a 5-minute movement, and then we subtract the 5-minute movement from the IFM. So that's a deviation on the forecasted movement. So as we said earlier, forecasted movement and flexible ramp awards, they work together, right? It's one product that you can see it in 2 pieces. The forecasted movement is the forecasted piece that you need. You see the change that is required when you run the market, and the flexible ramp award is the additional uncertainty that you want to reserve ramp capability for it. So one piece expends the ramp capability as energy movement, and the other piece is reserved for the uncertainty. So those 2 work together. So if you stay in the same ramp, your FMM, your forecasted movement deviation is 0, and then you have an additional contribution to your flexible ramp up award. So that's the blue term. This is how the effect of the upward movement in IFM is handled in the deviation for flexible ramp up. Now let's see the other side of the coin, and then those 2 are reversed for the flexible ramp down. So let's say that the IFM movement now is negative. So IFM schedules are moving downwards. All right. They're moving positive. Okay. So the red piece is for upward movement. Okay. So anytime you have movement in the same direction of the award, now the concurrent movement is actually reduces the ramp capability that can be reserved for uncertainty because they work in the same direction. So now what we do is we take away out of the imbalanced reserve award the portion that is expanded in concurrent movement. What does this mean? If there is an IFM movement now upwards, and that movement is maintained in FMM, then we want to say that your flexible ramp your ramp capability that is made available and used in FMM is actually partially met by that FMM and IFM concurrent movement. So then we subtract that from the imbalanced reserve award to assess a deviation. So if you have, let's say, an imbalanced reserve award of 5 megawatts for a 1 megawatt per minute resource, it can get up to 15, obviously, but let's say it only got a 5 megawatt imbalanced reserve award, and you have a 60 megawatt movement downward in IFM, which is maintained in FMM, that red term will give you a 5 megawatt movement, which will cancel with your 5 megawatt imbalanced reserve award. And that would say that if you get a 0 flexible ramp up award in FMM, although you had a 5 megawatt imbalanced reserve award, you will still see a 0 deviation here. Why? Because your ramp capability that was reserved in the day-ahead market as 5 megawatt imbalanced reserve up award, it was made available to FMM through the movement. So we don't want to have an assessment of deviation, in this case, if you had a zero flex ramp up award. So those two movement components, depending on which way is the movement, if it's opposite or concurrent, affect those terms in the flex ramp deviation. And then the third term essentially assesses a deviation in the movement itself if the FMM is not on the same ramp with the IFM. So the assumptions that we made earlier for the benefit that we have for the calculation of the deviation for a flex ramp up award, the benefit that the movement could provide, it's based on the fact that the FMM is going to move on that same ramp as the IFM. If that's not the case, then the third equation here, it will actually assess a deviation for the forecasted movement from IFM to FMM, and you'll have a net deviation non-zero. In the examples that we're going to see in the spreadsheet, we structure the example so that the entire ramp capability of the resource that was awarded in the IFM in terms of movement and imbalance reserve is available on a 5-minute basis in FMM as a combination of movement and flex ramp award, and we will demonstrate that the use of these formulas will give you a net deviation of 0 across those three products. So you may have a situation where you have a non-zero deviation for any of these products, but what happens is that in the examples as we're going to see, they all net out to 0 if that basic premise is true, which is the ramp capability that the resource made available and was awarded in IFM in terms of movement plus imbalance reserve award is available and used in FMM. If all of it is available and used in FMM, then you expect to have a net 0 deviation out of the settlement. And this is the property that these formulas together exert. So let me pause here for questions on this before we go to the next.
Thanks, George. Ethan, anybody would like to queue up?
At this time, there are no hands raised in the question queue. Once again, you can join by pressing #2 on your telephone keypad.
Okay.
The fifth question has just jumped in. Would you like me to put them through?
Absolutely.
Caller, you are now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hey, George. Josh Arnold, PG&E again. Thank you very much for outlining these. Looking at it, I'm definitely going to want to take more time, and I'm looking forward to the spreadsheet to see the examples. But I just wanted to clarify an assumption I'm making. It looks like, based on this, if a unit is awarded to a different ramp rate in the FMM market, let's say it's an MSG resource, and it's moved to a different configuration, that shouldn't invalidate the unit's flexible ramping up or flexible ramping down process because you're still using the IFM ramp rate, not the FMM ramp rate. Is that correct?
That is correct in the assessment of the deviation, but look, though, the first term is the award in FMM, right. And obviously that FMM does take into account the ramp capability in FMM. So I was going to walk through this part now, saying what could possibly cause a deviation, and that's one of the elements that may cause it.
I'm glad I asked then. Okay, wonderful. I look forward to the rest of it then. This is really, really interesting stuff. Thank you.
All right, so let me go through this. This is important. So we explained how you don't get a deviation. Now the question is what is the condition that will cause the deviation? So one element is this. Your ramp rate changes from IFM to FMM. It becomes either more restrictive or maybe some derate on the ramp rate that was applicable in IFM was lifted in FMM. So you have a change in the ramp rate. So obviously, the term of ramp rate times 5 minutes, which is the 5-minute ramp capable portion of the balanced reserve, is set on the IFM ramp rate. And the flexible ramp award, the first term here on the right-hand side, is calculated in FMM subject to the ramp capability that is available in FMM. So if there's a difference between those two, you may see a deviation. We can see here the example that we started talking about, the 1 megawatt per minute resource that has, let's say, the balanced reserve award of more than 5 megawatts. And then the first term on the mean function limits it to 5 megawatts. Let's say we have a flat IFM schedule to see the effect. So you expect to have 5 megawatt of ramp capability based on the day ahead being made available for a flexible ramp award in FMM. But let's say the ramp capability in FMM is reduced. Let's say it's reduced to half megawatt per minute. So obviously FMM cannot award more than 2.5 megawatts for flexible ramp up. So now you have 2.5 minus what you were expecting to have, which is 5. So you have a minus 2.5 megawatt deviation. So that's one example of how you can get a deviation if your ramp rate changes going from IFM to FMM because of a derate or a re-rate. Another example is if you don't follow the same movement, all right? So you may have an opposite movement that contributes to your flexible ramp award, and the FMM actually awards that. But then you don't, you have a different movement in FMM than your IFM, so now your third equation, which is the forecasted movement deviation, will have a non-zero value. So now you'll see a deviation for forecasted movement. Another example is although you have the ramp capability available in FMM, for some reason FMM does not award that. So in our example, we had a 5 megawatt imbalance reserve award that was going to be converted to a 5 megawatt flexible ramp up award, but maybe FMM, although the 5 megawatt ramp capability was available, it didn't award flexible ramp up, and this can happen for many reasons. One obvious reason is that there was a transmission constraint that prevented the award of flexible ramp up. And you're probably familiar with the changes that we're making in the procurement of flexible ramp up, where we have forced transmission constraints in the flexible ramp up and flexible ramp down scenarios. So now we're having locational prices for flexible ramp up because of this, that would reflect transmission constraints. So although the resource had the ramp capability available, it was simply not awarded for one or a different reason. Maybe another resource was cheaper now in real time, and we got the flexible ramp up from that resource and not this one. Then you will see a deviation, obviously, right? So that's another way why you would see a deviation. So there are basically several ways, all right? Obviously, you may have a derate that limits the capacity of the resource, so you won't get the flexible ramp up award to meet up your expectations from your day ahead. That will lead to a deviation. Your ramp rate changes, that will lead to a deviation. You have a different movement in FMM than in IFM, that may lead to a deviation. Or simply the ramp capability was available but was not awarded. You will see a deviation. Okay, so these are the possible scenarios that you may have a deviation, right? And these formulas here will tell you how much that deviation is. So let me again stop and see if there are any questions on this part.
Ethan, do we have anybody?
Ethan? Yeah. Go ahead.
At this time, I still see no hands raised in the queue, but once again, you can join by pressing pound 2. Go ahead and give it a moment here to see. And so far, it looks like we have no questions in the queue.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we can move to the next slide. And here, we calculate the no-pay quantity for the imbalanced reserve. So as we said earlier, we took that product, that 15-minute imbalanced reserve product, and we separated it into two pieces. The 5-minute ramp capable portion, which will say it's eligible and possible to be converted to flexible RAM, and therefore we apply a deviation settlement for that piece. And here we handle the remaining, any imbalance reserve that was awarded beyond the 5-minute ramp capability of the reserves, because you can have, it's a 15-minute product. So you can have 3 times the flexible ramp product awarded as imbalance reserve. So in that case, if it's fully awarded up to the 15-minute ramp capability, the 10-minute ramp capable portion is subject to no pay. So these are the formulas that they handle this calculation. So basically, we say that if we take the IFM schedule and we add the imbalance reserve up, okay, this is the point that needs to be available in FMM. We should be able to dispatch all the way up there, right? That means that we have all the capacity available, all right? However, if not all of that is available, which is that main function here that says, let me compare and see how much is available with respect to the upper operating limit, okay? So if you have a derate and the upper operating limit of the reserves in FMM limits the capacity beyond, below the point of IFM schedule plus imbalance reserve, then that difference is essentially unavailable imbalance reserve, and we assess and not pay for it. You will recognize the same color pieces that we showed earlier. Again, it's the effect of the opposite IFM movement that adds to the 5-minute ramp capability, or concurrent IFM movement that subtracts from the imbalance reserve award. So essentially, these are complementary formulas because we took the imbalance reserve award and we split it into 2 pieces. Previous slide, we showed the deviation portion of the 5-minute ramp capable, and this slide here looks at what out of the remaining piece is not available, okay? You can see that the first term in the min function there is that there's a 5-minute ramp capable portion, right? So we extract that and we see if I take the upper operating limit and subtract that 5-minute ramp capable portion for which I have a deviation settlement in flexible ramp, then next, the rest of it, I want it to be available. So then I compare it with my expectation, which is the IFM schedule plus the imbalance reserve up, and if there is any difference, that will be no pay because that will say that this piece is not available. And the same symmetric calculation for imbalance reserve down, no pay. So let's see if there are any questions again on this piece. This is the other side of the coin.
Once again, you can enter the queue by pressing #2. So far, there are no questions in the queue.
Thank you, Ethan. Okay, so as you can see, the element that affects the imbalance reserve up, no pay, is the upper operating limit, whereas the element that affects the imbalance reserve down, no pay, is the lower operating limit, okay? So clearly, if there is a re-rate on the lower operating limit or a derate on the upper operating limit, that may result to a no pay in the relevant product. All right, so we saw the formulas. We can move on to the example on the spreadsheet. I believe Christina wants me to get control now to share my screen for that spreadsheet. Is that true, Christina?
Yeah, Ethan, so if you can give George presentation rights, that'd be great.
Of course, George, you do now have the presentation rights. So at the top left-hand side of your screen on WebEx, you can click Share. It'll drop down a little tab. You'll then click My Screen and select the file you would like to share.
All right, thank you. I'll actually show the application of my screen. And I believe this is shared now.
Yes.
And I apologize.
Clear. magnify it by a little bit so the font is readable to the audience, that would be perfect.
Yes, I will. Just give me a second. So there are several tabs in the spreadsheet, and this spreadsheet actually includes the formulas that we have seen. I can show you if you go to Delta FRU, a little bit further down here. Yeah, this is one of our formulas. So this is the deviation formula for flex ramp up, the deviation formula for flex ramp down, and the deviation formula for the forecasted movement. So it's the same formulas that you saw before. This is what the spreadsheet is using. We have different tabs to show different scenarios. The first tab is demonstrating the application of the no pay. I think we're going to move directly to the tabs that work with the deviation. If we have time, we can go back to the no pay. So this is the simple example where the IFM schedule is flat. So and the way that we structure these examples, there's a time sequence of the application. So you have the IFM market, then you have 4 sequences of the FMM market for each 15-minute interval. You can see I'm showing the binding and the advisor. The advisor is important, the first advisor, because that's where the flex ramp quantities are anchored. So energy is the binding, and flexible ramp and forecasted movement gets the first advisor, because that's where the energy is potentially delivered in the next run. And then we have the RTD. RTD has 3 runs under the IFM, so these are 5-minute intervals under the 15-minute interval of the FMM. And we go further down to the second FMM, 4, 5, 6 RTD, then third FMM, and so that it covers the entire hour. So we start with something simple here, where the energy schedule in IFM stays at 200 megawatts, and also the same thing happens in FMM, and the same thing happens in RTD. So there's no energy movement on this, so we're looking only at the capacity awards. This is a 3 megawatt per minute resource. Okay, so obviously with 3 megawatts per minute, what we try to do here is try to have an example where the full ramp capability is awarded and used, right? So with 3 megawatts per minute on a 15-minute product, you can have a balanced reserve and a balanced reserve up and down for 45 megawatts. So that's the award from the IFM. And then we go to FMM. In FMM, there is only 5-minute ramp capability that is used for flexible ramp. So with a 3 megawatts per minute, you can get a 15 megawatt flex ramp up, a flex ramp down. Okay? And then we apply the formulas to see what's the deviation for the products in FMM. And applying the formulas, you will see that there is no deviation for flex ramp up, flex ramp down, or forecasted movement. Forecasted movement, we expect that because there's no movement. The FMM is moving exactly like the IFM, which is flat here. So there is no deviation for forecasted movement. For flexible ramp up, what is the 5-minute ramp capable portion of 45 megawatts? It's 15. All right, so if we procure 15 megawatts of flexible ramp up from this resource, it will have a 0 deviation. If we procure less, then it will have a deviation. So what we want to show here is that these formulas essentially say that if all your 5-minute ramp capability from the day ahead was actually awarded or used in FMM, then you have no deviation. Okay? And this is a common thing in this example. Nothing moves, everything stays the same. So you have an effect here where these 15 megawatts of flex ramp up or flex ramp down result in a 0 deviation across those products. something is changing in FMM2. We'll go and see that in FMM2. I'm moving up now. So we're going from 200 megawatts to 215, okay? So now there's some movement in FMM2, okay? And you will see this movement in RTD3 for the last interval because the movement is on a 15-minute basis here. So the last interval, the last 5-minute interval of RTD here will catch it. So you'll see it a little earlier. But what the pattern is, because you have a 15-minute megawatt movement in FMM, that translates to a 5 megawatt movement in 5 minutes on a 5-minute basis, right? So out of the 15 megawatt of flex ramp up that was available before, 5 is used for movement, so you only have available 10. Okay, so this is because of the concurrent movement. So 5 megawatts of ramp capability is expanded in 5-minute movement. So you can have a flex ramp up award only up to 10. You can't award more. In the other side, that 5 megawatt movement actually creates 5 megawatt of down capability that could be awarded as flex ramp down. So your flex ramp down award can go all the way to 20 megawatts. Okay? So let's see now. We have 10 megawatts up and 20 megawatts down. And we compare that with the 45 up and 45 down in balance reserve up and down. Let's calculate the deviations using the formulas. Okay. First of all, we have for flexible ramp up. Okay, the 5-minute ramp capability of imbalance reserve out of those 45 megawatts is 15, right? So we award 10. Okay, so we have a -5 deviation for flex ramp up. Okay, we have 5 additional for flex ramp down because of the opposite movement. So we get a +5 deviation for flex ramp down. And because FMM is moving now 5 megawatts per minute higher than the IFM that was flat, you also have a 5 megawatt deviation in forecasted movement. So yes, you do have deviation, but let's see how they're settled, right? So this is charged the flex ramp up price, all right? This is paid the flex ramp down price, and the movement, and this is what the key that completes the whole picture, the movement is paid the flex ramp up price and charged the flex ramp down price. So what the movement deviation does, it cancels those two. So you have a net settlement of 0. And this is what we wanted to point out here, that these formulas work in such a way so that if your 5-minute ramp capability that was used in the day-ahead market is available and awarded in FMM in the combination of movement and award, you will see a 0 deviation. Okay? And you see this pattern already here in RTD, because RTD picks up this change in the last interval of the previous 15 minutes. So you will see the same pattern here. So the same story in RTD. Like here, you have a 0 deviation net. All right, so let's see if we have any questions on this. This is one of the simpler examples, right? Then we'll have to see how this gets a little bit more complicated, but the basic premise is still displayed to be the same at the end. Are there any questions on this?
We do have one question in the queue at this time. I'll go ahead and put them through. Caller, you are unmuted. Please go ahead. Caller, please ensure that your personal device is unmuted as well.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I was muted on the device as well. Yeah. Josh Arnold, PG&E again. So this is actually making a lot of sense looking at these numbers. So thank you very much for putting this together. I guess my one question here is the whole process seems to be contingent on the flexible ramp up and the flexible ramp down being awarded to the unit in the FMM real-time market. Is there any reason why it wouldn't be awarded. I guess that's my one concern in this simple case. Okay. So if it's not awarded, then you would see a deviation, because even though you're forecasting movement, let's say your FRU was only awarded 5 instead of 10. It could be awarded 10, but it's only awarded 5. Now you're going to get a deviation, a ramp deviation of 5 megawatts on the FRU. You're going to pay back 5 of that. Okay.
Right. I made the correction here in the change in the spreadsheet to reflect that. You only was a 5 megawatts of flex ramp up instead of 10 megawatts was the maximum possible. Now you will have a deviation for flex ramp up, from 15, we go down to 5. 15 is the 5-minute ramp capable portion of the 45 megawatts of the imbalance reserve afterwards. So you have minus 10 for flex ramp up, and the net settlement out of this will still leave you with a 5 megawatt negative deviation charge to the flex ramp up price, because you didn't provide the entire ramp, because not the entire ramp capability was awarded compared to the day ahead. And we went a little bit earlier when we discussed the format to outline the reasons why this could happen. And one reason is, maybe the upper operating, not in this case, in this example, but maybe the upper operating limit was reduced and did not allow a room for a 10 megawatt of flex ramp up. So you could only 5, or maybe the ramp capability was reduced in FMM, so you got less than what you provide, or maybe there's a constraint that doesn't allow a full 10. So many reasons. It's a different market. You can have a different outcome. So if that outcome essentially says that not everything that was paid for in the day ahead is available in FMM, then you would expect naturally a deviation, right?
Right, and I fully agree with that. I think I'm still not quite sure my question, I guess. I think the question is more, if the unit was capable of providing 10, and there were no restrictions on the unit to provide 10 megawatts of FRU in this case, or however many 10 megawatts of FRU, would the market on its own award less? Maybe because there's just not a need for as much FRU as you thought you had in the day-ahead estimations.
That is possible. Another possibility is just it's a solution, right? So maybe another resource has a lower opportunity cost for providing the service. So instead of buying the flex ramp up from this resource, we bought it from another resource to reduce the overall cost, right?
Right. Okay.
That's another point.
So it is possible then, under these scenarios, to have a ramp deviation charge, even if you yourself don't make any changes or do anything untoward. It's just a fact of the market. Okay. Thank you. That helps.
Well, let me jump in and elaborate. I think you might be taking away a misapprehension there, Josh, because in the case in which the opportunity costs are higher, that means that the unit has an opportunity cost. So if it isn't getting the FRU because it's being dispatched for energy, so it is going to be constrained by its upper operating limit, but it's going to be because it's going to be dispatched up for energy, and it's going to make up for that in the price of energy. The other reason it isn't going to get it is the shadow price could be zero.
Yeah.
Because you're drowning in FlexiRamp. So yes, it buys out of its schedule, but it buys out at zero. And then as George pointed out, it could be, the transmission congestion pattern could be different. But again, if we have locational prices, it should be buying out at an appropriately low price. But that is going back to your comment earlier about minimum penalties. I mean, I think that's one reason why we want to think twice about having minimum penalties for people that are just redispatched so that or don't provide it because we're drowning in it, as opposed to just settling at the FMM price.
Yeah, that's where my brain was going as well. Thank you for that clarification on the whole thing. Because you're right. I mean, it may be a very low shadow price, but it may not be zero, and we don't want to penalize somebody just because the market is being as efficient as it can be. You're entirely right.
Right. So just you have two different cases here. Either the award was prevented by a constraint, all right, which is then results in a deviation, or it was an optimal decision. And if it's an optimal decision, that's not necessarily bad from a settlement perspective. That means that another resource was more efficient to provide the service, and it was better for this resource to use the capacity for energy instead. So it's still an optimal decision, but doesn't really necessarily say that if you have a deviation, you are harmed financially. I mean, you may not get the award, you may have deviation on the award, maybe the price is depressed, so you get to buy back the capacity at a lower price than was sold in the day ahead, and you still make that as energy by an energy dispatch. So, overall, if it's an optimal decision, I don't think it's a bad thing.
Yeah, I agree. Looking at it, it does seem logical, and it doesn't look bad. This is really well done. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so I think we can move to something a little bit more complicated. So here we're looking at flat IFM and FMM going down. So let's start having some movement in IFM. And I'm going to select this one here where IFM is going up and FMM is going down in the opposite direction. So these were cases that we wanted to essentially kick the tires on these formulas and make sure that they work in all scenarios. So this is a scenario where the IFM is moving up. Okay. So that's a 120 megawatt movement on the hour. Okay. So it's a 30 megawatt movement on a 15 minutes. So it could provide 45 megawatts of imbalance reserve before, but now 30 megawatts are spent into the movement, so there's only 15 megawatts available for imbalance reserve up. So we assume here IFM award is 15 megawatts for IFM up, and obviously in the opposite direction, you have 45 from the ramp capability plus 30 for the opposite movement, so you can get an imbalance reserve down award all the way up to 75 megawatts. So let's assume those maximum awards were given in the IFM. Let's start going to FMM. So here we switch the movement. So although IFM was going up, FMM is moving down here. Okay, so FMM is moving down 30 megawatt on a 15-minute basis, which is 5 megawatt on a 5-minute basis, and therefore the ramp capability resource is 15. So you have 30 on 15, so 10 on the 5, so you get another 10 from the opposite movement, so you can have the flex ramp up award all the way to 25 megawatts. And by the way, this spreadsheet has some validation to make sure you don't make a mistake and award more than the capability. So if you try to do 26 megawatts, it will flag it as wrong. So that if you play with the spreadsheet, try to see how different scenarios play out. Make sure that you have visible values here. If something is red, go back and correct it. So since flexible ramp down is in the same direction of the FMM movement, obviously the 10 megawatt on a 5 minutes movement down cuts away from the flexible ramp down. 15 was the ramp capability, so take out 10, so you can only get 5 megawatts for flexible ramp down award. Let's see the deviations, okay? So for the flexible ramp up, what's the 5-minute ramp capable portion of 15? It's the entire 15, right? And then you have a 10 megawatt movement in the opposite direction, okay? So you expect to have 15 plus 10, 25, sorry. Let me see. We calculate here a 20 megawatt deviation. That means we get more, 20 megawatts more in FMM that we have from the day ahead. So we had 15 plus the movement of 10, 25. So we get 25. And somehow I lost my train of thoughts here. If I apply the formula, we get 20 megawatt deviation for flexible ramp up, going from 15 to 25. And for flexible ramp down, we have there's 45 available from the day ahead. We procure 5 plus 10, 15. Anyway, my numbers don't add up here, but the formula is correct. So you get a minus 20 deviation for flexible ramp down, and the movement deviation is minus 10 because the IFM goes up 10, the FMM goes down 10, so you have minus 20 for the forecasted movement deviation. And if you do the settlement out of those three, although you have deviations, again, you have the effect that the three deviation settlements cancel out and give you a net of 0. And they give you a net of 0 because, again, this resource had the entire capability that was available and awarded in the day ahead, available and was awarded in FMM. So there is no deviation net between those three products. So, again, the same premise that we saw in the simpler case persists here when we have a more difficult scenario where the movement is changing, going from IFM to FMM. And this is a pattern that you can see as we move forward. We assume here RTD is following the FMM schedule. So this pattern of 35.5 and 20 deviations is persisting here. RTD does not have any deviation because it's staying on the same ramp. And assuming that in RTD you have still the full capability awarded as in FMM, so you have those 25 and 5 awarded in RTD, then you have no RTD deviations either. So basically throughout this time horizon here, there are no net deviation for these products. So we can take the next step and look at the more complicated scenario. I've set this up where now the movement changes from one market to the next. Let me make it a little bigger. So here we have the situation where IFM is moving up. So we have positive movement in IFM. FMM is moving down. So we have negative movement in FMM. And then RTD changes and moves up. So we have positive movement in RTD. So every market we have flip on the movement, and again, we will see that if the same premise is true, that is the ramp capability that was available and awarded in the day ahead is available and fully awarded on a 5-day basis in FMM and later on in RTD, you will see not net deviation. So the pattern of 25.5 we showed before, it's still here, but then if we go to RTD, we'll see that this is reversed because the movement is reversed in RTD. RTD is going down instead of going up in FMM. So you have a 20 megawatt deviation on the forecasted movement in RTD. Okay. And this 525 reverses becomes, let me show it here, RTD. So you still have the same, okay, so essentially you see that the deviation settlement net across the products, both for the FMM and for the RTD, nets out to 0, although the movement is different in those markets. So again, the same premise that if the resource is awarded its full ramp capability that was awarded all the way from the day ahead and carries through FMM and RTD, you would expect to have 0 deviation across all these markets. And this is what we wanted to show. If you change the numbers and you don't have all the available capability awarded, so if you make this 4, for example, then you'll have obviously a net deviation that is not 0 and that is expected. So you can also see the effects of the various changes on the spreadsheet. Let me see if there are any questions. Obviously, it takes time to go through this step by step and understand what all these numbers mean, how they change in each scenario. Particularly, it's complicated for these complex scenarios that we put together, essentially just to test that the formulas are actually performing robustly for all scenarios. It will take a little bit of time for somebody to walk through. I don't think it's instructive to do it on this call, but if there is any specific question, we can dig in and look the effect of the formula and the numbers. But I would recommend for people that they want to understand a little bit deeper on what these formulas do and how they work, they can play with this spreadsheet, analyze the examples that we have already presented here, and perhaps even see how these numbers change once you change them. Let me take a moment here and see if there are any questions on the specific scenarios we're displaying here.
Thanks, George. Ethan, any questions?
At this time, there are no hands raised in the queue.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me go back to the first one. We skipped it. This is the spreadsheet that has all the spreadsheets have the formulas for pay too, but in this scenario, we're actually showing what is the effect for the no pay. So we're working with a flat scenario where IFM stays at 200 megawatts and also FMM and RTD stays at 200 megawatts. So we simplify the case here where we have no movement. Okay. And we want to start introducing D-rates to see how this affects the no pay, the other piece of the puzzle, right, the other side of the coin. So we have a full 45 megawatt that work for imbalance reserve up and imbalance reserve down. That's the 15-minute ramp capability of the resource. It's fully awarded, okay? And then we start having D-rates. So we show here that the lower operating limit is re-rated to 170, upper operating limit to 230. We're trying to see when we start cutting into the availability of the portion of the balance reserve award that is in excess to the 5-minute ramp capability. So this is like the top 30 megawatts, right? The bottom 15 megawatts, we saw it in the other tabs that we have a deviation settlement for it. So now we want to see if the top 30 megawatts of this is available in FMM or is somehow restricted by capacity limits. So here, if you are at 200 megawatts and the operating limit is 230 megawatts, obviously you have 30 megawatts room, so you still can award 15 megawatts of flexible ramp, okay? And you have another 15 megawatt on top for that. So to see the effect of the D rate here, we'll go to, let's see, a little bit deeper here. So this is the formula where it will generate imbalance reserve no pay. So at this point, in this FMM for the binding interval, okay, we have the operating limits restricted to 185 to 215. So at 200 megawatts, okay, you can only provide 15 megawatts of capacity around the 200, all right, because of the capacity limits, all right. We had an award of 40 megawatts or 45 megawatts for imbalance reserve up and down, and we want to see how much of that top portion of 30 megawatts, which is in excess of the 5-minute ramp capability, which is 15. So we want to see the 30 megawatts being available in FMM, and obviously in this case, it's not. Only 15 megawatts is available. From 200, you have to 215, you only have 15 megawatts up and 15 megawatts down. So therefore, out of the 30, 15 megawatts are not available. So these formulas will actually calculate that you have a no pay of 15 megawatts for both products. Okay? And we take this a little further down, and now we're limiting even harder. So we're putting the limits all to 200. So now none of it is available. So you get a 30 megawatt no pay for imbalance reserve up and imbalance reserve down. And this is the limit to how much you're going to get. If I go further down and limit it even more in one direction, which we can do that, you will see that these formulas will never calculate more than 30 megawatts of imbalance reserve up. If you limit it anymore, the rest of the effect you will see in the flex ramp up. Flex ramp up will start to be limited, and that is getting its deviation settlement. So here are the two pieces of the coin that we have. The top 30 megawatts out of the 45 from the day ahead is subject to no pay, and the bottom 15 megawatts is converted to flex RAM and is subject to deviation. So if you cut even deeper than this, then you have a no pay for all of the top portion of the imbalance reserve, and then you start having to cut your flex ramp up, and then that will create deviation. So you'll catch it there. You'll see the rest of the effect as a deviation settlement on the flex ramp. So let me see if there are any questions on this part.
Ethan, do we have anybody in the queue?
At this time, we still have no questions in the queue.
Okay. So this is what I wanted to display here to provide some idea about how you can work with this spreadsheet to essentially see the effects of the formulas that we're proposing, how the settlement is divided between the no pay part and the deviation settlement, and how those change depending on different scenarios, going from simple to more complicated, etc. And you can actually study what we have here as examples, so you can even change the input and see how the result is changing based on the input. So let me stop sharing and go back to the presentation. We have, I believe, one more slide, if we can progress through that. Can we have the next slide, please?
Yeah, Ethan, can you, yeah, go to slide 10.
Give me one moment here. All right, there we go.
Oh, sorry, 11.
Yeah, that's okay. That's the spreadsheet that we're watching. So this basically summarizes what we said all along here on the fact that what are the principles besides this methodology that we proposed. And the basic principle that we wanted to uphold here and present, show it as a property of the methodology, is that if your full ramp capability, it doesn't have to be the full ramp capability. If the ramp capability that was used and awarded in the IFM is actually used and awarded in FMM, okay, you will see no net deviation settlement. The net deviation settlement cancels out across the products. Because the movement could be different between markets, you could see an individual deviation for a specific product, but if you put all three together, flex ramp up, flex ramp down, and forecasted movement, the deviations cancel out. Okay, so we showed that in the spreadsheet and we discussed it. And then we also discussed what are the potential reasons that you can see a deviation out of this. And of course, it's when the first bullet doesn't hold. But what can lead to that? You can have a different ramp rate in FMM than in IFM, which affects the FMM awards as compared to the IFM. That may lead to a net deviation settlement that is non-zero. You can have not all the ramp capability that was used and awarded in the IFM being used or awarded in FMM. It could be more, in which case you have positive deviation. It could be less, you have a negative deviation. Obviously, if you start hitting capacity limits, the first effect that you will see is the no pay on the balance reserve for the top peak, for the top portion of that capacity. And if it starts cutting into the flexible ramp, you will start seeing deviation settlement for the flexible ramp product because you have less of the IFM ramp capability awarded in FMM, obviously. Another issue that we also discussed is that you may have transmission constraints in FMM that limit the flexible ramp awards. So although the ramp capability of the resource is available to be used, we cannot use it because of transmission constraints. So that's another reason. And we also mentioned that there could be also economic reasons because FMM is a different market. There's a different portfolio of resources, different bids available. Perhaps the requirements are different. We expect the requirements to be different, actually. We have better calculation of uncertainty closer to the real-time market. So it's possible that the optimal solution is different for a specific resource than what it was in the day-ahead market. So although the ramp capability of the resource is available to be used, maybe it's not used because of economic reasons, and that will also lead to potential deviations that will have a net deviation settlement of non-zero. Okay, so I think this is where we will conclude this presentation. So if you have any questions over all the things that we discussed, maybe we can address them now.
Okay, we're just about at the official close of the meeting, but let's see what we have in the way of questions at this point. Operator, can you check? You think can you check to see if anybody?
Of course. At this time,
Questions of George.
But you can join the question queue by pressing #2 on your telephone keypad. Once again, pressing #2 will place you into the question queue. So far, I see no hands being raised.
Okay. George and Don, thank you very much for preparing this, and especially the spreadsheet, which I definitely recommend that people take an opportunity to play with it themselves and get some feeling for what's going on. So at this point, Jim and Scott, if you have anything that you'd like to say before we exit.
Nope. Although my dog does, it seems like, but nope, not me.
Okay. All right, then. Thanks very much, everybody, for attending today, and for the staff who prepared the presentations. We're anticipating having another general session meeting in mid-July. There are a number of important issues that are under development, as you saw the introductions to the storage initiative, for example, today. And look forward to seeing you all then. So, Ethan, I think we're all done, and we can close down the lines and wish everybody a good weekend.
Alrighty, that concludes our conference. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Thank you for using AT&T Event Conferencing Enhanced. You may now disconnect.